Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live here on this Monday morning in August 3rd to be exact, first day of August. Joining me in studio, the one and only senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Joining us remotely, he's not here with us. We miss him. He's somewhere on his RV experience, senior macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And the man not on the big screen, in the little screen, to my right or my left, depending on how you're viewing it. To me, he's to my, is he? This way, one of those ways. Our senior market strategist, Jim Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. And I don't know why I'm not on the big screen. This is a little bit troubling for me right now, but we'll talk about it later.
It is. I told you guys, listen, Jimmy seems like a real nice guy. He's got a big ego behind the scenes. You don't know this. That's not true. Jimmy's the best. But we do like seeing him on the big screen. He likes to come in and set the tone for the week on there. And good morning, Chad. Hopefully you're all doing well on this August morning in, I mean, really kind of the dreadful summer down here in South Florida. It's pretty hot, isn't it, Shai?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hot and humid. Bad hair weather.
Well.
Or some. Well, I don't have as much in my hair as you.
Let's pump the brakes with those comments. Quick look at the tape, and then we will get to the headlines with Shai. You know, this morning, Shai, you and I were talking about it. Is it going to be more divergence, or are they going to come together in the indexes? We'll find out. So far this morning, index is slightly green. Nothing really crazy to talk about. Oil off again. The summer of divergences and flip-flops, right? How could you be long or short oil? Every day it's a 5% move. I've been saying this for a while in my note. I think this 80 to 84 area is a magnet. It's like the year-to-date VWAP, and we're just trading around it. It's not really trending. You know, NASDAQ, S&P, Dow, Russell, last week I think they made decent lows, especially the NASDAQ, trying to hold up first day of the month here. We'll see what happens. Amazon had that big move, up big. Apple had a move down big. You know, here we are, everybody. It's a summer tape still. I wouldn't hold too much into it, but Mondays are notorious for one-dimensional moves, especially tied to first days of the month. We will see nothing else really exciting except the bond market is up this morning decently. And again, I go look back at last week and go, maybe, just maybe, you made a decent low in NASDAQ and bonds, but it is July and August. We'll see. We'll talk more about that with the panel. Shai, headlines.
All right. So President Trump called off what he said was a major attack on the Islamic Republic and said a deal to open the waterway may be close and that a new unspecified talks with Iran would begin on Monday. Obviously, crude gapped down on this. Now, this morning, Iran came out and said the discussions with Oman are about a temporary route to ensure the safety of ships. Said the foreign ministry spokesman. He said, we are not currently negotiating with the United States. So take that for what you will.
There's that.
So there's that. And intervention all over the headlines this morning. Obviously, BOJ data point to a $34 billion Japanese FX intervention on Friday. U.S. and Japanese officials warned investors they're determined to keep defending the yen after their first joint intervention in 15 years. Now, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent wants and supports Japan's use of the Foreign and International Monetary Authority's repo facility to boost the yen. This facility allows overseas central banks to use their treasury holdings as collateral to access dollars rather than selling bonds on the open market. Obviously, Japan's use of this facility would be preferable for the United States, as it would allow Japan to boost the yen without having to sell treasuries outright, limiting the impact on the treasury market. So that might be why we're seeing a little bit of relief today in the treasury market. And then in Bitcoin world, hackers found a software flaw in the Cold Card devices, a brand of Cold Card Bitcoin wallet. Now, those are considered the safest hiding places, essentially, because you have it in your possession. And they were able to hack this and siphon tens of millions of dollars in an ongoing attack. Now, Cold Card came out and said that they were aware of this flaw, and they have since fixed it, but that has sent some panic in the crypto markets. And as far as data is concerned today, important data today. At 9:45 a.m., we have S&P Global Manufacturing PMI, and then at 10, ISM Manufacturing and Construction Spending. People will be looking at those manufacturing numbers kind of as a gauge of inflation.
Well, thanks, Shai. So my take is the news right now, again, a lot of back and forth. I mean, nothing is really driving this tape too significantly. The news about the bond market, I think, is interesting, Craig. You know, bonds are up this morning, up almost a full point, back above the 109 level. I think Jimmy will talk about what level's been key for him, or I think we're pretty much right at it. Craig, thoughts on what you saw overnight?
Yeah, just on bonds. I mean, clearly we've had the long end weakness accelerate after the Fed meeting on Wednesday when Warsh, really didn't want to give a heck of a lot of clarity on forward guidance and seems keen on letting the market do the tightening for him. And so we really saw a backup in yields and an acceleration in some of the dollar moves. And then you kind of get to a situation where dollar yen kind of got to a price that's too concerning. And the BOJ steps in, the MOF steps in, and then some coordination with the Treasury. And so we've seen a decent yen rally. But broadly, when you're getting more movement in currencies, you're getting more movement in bonds, you're getting clearly movement in oil, and yet the equity market just kind of chugging along. But I've become a little bit more, concerned here because we're through. Look, for the most part, we're through through earnings. AMD is this week, and some other industrial names will report this week. But the hyperscalers are largely done now until NVIDIA in a couple of weeks, and so I think we're more likely to see a more correlated move here. Big macro data this week with the ISM today, all the payroll numbers for this week, services ISM on Wednesday, NFP on Friday. I think the market's going to move in a little bit more directional way here. Now we're in a kind of neutral-ish gamma regime right now. But if we start to move back down to the downside, we could pick up more in the way of a negative gamma market where dealers are selling with the tape. And so first of the month flows are typically supportive, as you mentioned. And so look, the equity market's kind of just slogging along here despite the tacos over the weekend. So I don't know. I don't really love the setup here as I open up the screens after a week of being away.
Yeah, and welcome back, by the way. And, when I look at the tape this morning, Jimmy, again, if there's one standout, it's the bond market. And everyone keeps talking about the bond market. We talk about how it's been accelerating to the downside for quite a while now. If there's two markets I look at that have been, I think, in steadily lower downtrends, it's gold and bonds. Gold is not really getting killed for the year, but, it continues just to stay weak, and same with the bond market. But the equity markets, like Craig said, continue to fight it off. But with that being said, if the bond markets do finally find a bottom, I think despite all of the things we've said about the bond market going lower, it could be a negative for the stock market. If the bonds do finally find a low, I think that really helps equities.
Yeah, I think it's a little too early to tell if it was Friday was the low or not. But, the interesting part was in the Commitment of Traders report. I know it's a little bit stale, but it's still pretty good because, the asset managers, and I looked at the disaggregated report instead of just the legacy report, the asset managers are positive, are long 568,000 contracts. They added about almost 10,000 contracts week over week. Leverage funds are short 389,000 contracts, but they also added just a tad bit of long. So they're about 1,800. So, but there's big divergence here, and you see it even more in the 10-year notes, right, between the asset managers and the leverage funds. Again, one green candle right now in a downtrend like we're seeing with the moving averages just sloping down here, and October 23rd, 2023 swing low at 107.04. I'm not too eager to hit the buy button just yet. I'd like to see a little bit more data come in, a little more price data.
Yeah, what I look at, and the reason why I even bring it up, again, you make a low, it closes on the low, you have a gap up higher, and it's the first day of the month, and we'll see what flows are. I also did notice that large specs on the Commitment of Traders report that I look at on Ninja from Jason Shapiro, hat tip to him, his indicator, the large specs are the most short they've been in some time, right? And so again, I like first day of the months where you have a low or a high potentially being made, and end of the months and how they close. So I just think it's something to look at and see how the week unfolds, because I go back to the divergences as well, Jimmy. I want to get that with you before I go back to the macro crew. We've had divergences really all of the last 2 months, right? Again, this morning you have Dow is up 1%, Russell is up 0.75%, S&P up 0.5%, NASDAQ flat. Now, what I'm going to be watching for over the next several days is, do the indexes start to work together off of this low, or do we continue to have divergences? Bond market's really kind of uncertain, and I think we go kind of right back to the tape we had in July.
Yeah, very possible. I mean, the stock index, the 4 different stock index futures that we track all the time are interesting. There's some divergence there, right? So the NASI is weak, relatively speaking, from a retracement point of view. The S&P is sticky. We're over 7,500 right now, which is kind of sticky sideways. And so is the Russell. The Russell has been also really in a tight consolidation range towards upper range right now. So that's not moving. So right now, really, I mean, the mover has been the NASI, which is, from a day trading point of view, prevents a lot of opportunities. But that's the one to watch. Is that one going to catch up and get back above those retracement levels? Or is it going to continue to sell off? I mean, right now we're at that anchored VWAP on the NASDAQ, where I anchored it from the lows on the 31st of March. We're right at it right now, so it's a little indecisive which way. It's like teetering right there.
Yeah. No, I think I hate putting too much emphasis in August, but first day of the month, gonna be something to watch and see how they trade through today into the next couple of days. Shai, data today, you said it was important. Explain to us why and what are we looking for?
Yeah, I think that it'll be important because it's a PMI manufacturing, PMI ISM manufacturing is also a PMI, and I think people will be looking at those input costs and see what inflation is looking at. They'll also be looking at the labor component of that to see sort of hiring, firing, to just get a little bit of an idea, at least in the manufacturing sector, what the employment level looks like. But again, it's really going to be about prices paid, to see if we are still inflationary or if those prices keep moving higher.
Yeah. And so coming off of last week, I got to get yours and Craig's perspective of how that went. Craig, I know you were out, but I will bet anything says he was paying attention to what was happening, because he's kind of a sicko. He's kind of a junkie. Of course, he's on vacation. Hey, honey, I'll be right there. Hold on. Worse is speaking. Craig, what were your thoughts on what you saw last week?
Yeah, no, I pulled the RV over on I-10 right outside of Louisiana in order to catch the press conference from the road. But yeah, I was. I think look, I didn't expect that the Fed was going to be raising rates last week, but I did feel like the Warsh came across a little bit more hawkish than I think people would have expected, insofar as he seems very comfortable with the idea that the long end of the bond market and yields moving higher is something that he's not going to trade against. I mean, what we've seen for years and under the variety of the last several Fed chairs is that when the bond market starts to move and you can't really even describe this as disorderly, but when yields start to rise and start to pick up, you start to hear about suppressing that momentum. And so it seems like this Fed, without forward guidance and Warsh's kind of historical commentary, he's going to feel more comfortable about letting the market do the work. And if that's the case, then we're in an environment here where yields can really start to move to a level that would represent more like fair value. And so when you're seeing supply issues across the global long end from U.S. Treasury, from Japan, from Europe, but also importantly from the AI CapEx names, there's a lot of long-term supply that continues to flood into this market. And so investors are starting to command more compensation for lending money to those entities for longer periods of time. I mean, last week, or at least the last couple of weeks, we've seen credit spreads really start to widen materially across really the entire AI CapEx complex. I mean, Oracle CDS is now trading above 200 basis points. All the bonds that have been sold by hyperscalers are much wider than at original issuance. CDS on SpaceX is pretty wide too. So investors are starting to command increased premiums for lending these entities long duration securities. And so I think Warsh is feeling like that's okay. This is how we're going to solve inflation. We're going to let the markets really try to help us in that endeavor. And as cost of capital starts to move higher, the rest of the economy is going to start to feel it. And I think this week's data will be important. We'll start to see, an increased impact of some of that move higher in yields and in energy. How resilient has this economy really been, through the period, through the summer here? Now that the World Cup is over, how strong is the economy? Can it really handle this higher yield, higher energy? I think we're going to get a good test of that, with the data this week.
Where are we within the windows of weakness or strength here? Is this a week where the macro matters more or less?
Yeah, it's an interesting between the July to August period of expiry was a 5-week expiry. This is week 3. So we still have 3 weeks ahead of OPEX. So we're kind of in that window here where potential weakness is open. The data is going to matter. We could trade in a correlated fashion. As I mentioned earlier, we're kind of in neutral gamma, but it's asymmetric. If we start to trade lower, we can quickly shift into a negative gamma regime where dealers are chasing the tape. We were in that pocket towards the end of last week. That's why you saw some of the, kind of wild moves on Wednesday afternoon and then Thursday. So yeah, this is a week where macro, I think, is going to matter. We have to watch this cross-asset relationships between the dollar yen, between the long end. And I think the impact on equities is going to be felt. I think we're going to see indices move in a more correlated fashion this week. I know, right now this morning we're seeing kind of NASDAQ underperformance, but I think as we push through the week, I think the data is going to matter, and I think the markets are going to wake up to where the bond market is, where dollar yen is, and we're going to get headlines overnight that I think are going to be important to drive positioning for the indices this week.
Yeah,
and we have the unemployment report on Friday. We have the unemployment report on Friday. So.
Yeah, unemployment.
And we have ADP. And we have JOLTS. So we got a lot of employment data this week.
Let's list them all right now. Let's just go through them. You know what's so funny too is all these different acronyms. I can't keep up with all this stuff anymore. He's saying MOF, ABG. I don't know what the hell half this shit is. So don't feel bad, chat, if you don't know. I mean, I'm catching up with all of you as well. Speaking of chat, shout out to Method Man JJ. Thank you. He put that note out earlier saying, Anthony, you've built a dynamic and powerful crew of leading futures traders, more importantly, teachers. Well, thank you for that. And again, Smart Chuck, who we see in chat a lot, he said chai, not shy. He said chai. He's calling you chai now. Like,
chai?
She's a
chai.
Like
chai latte?
She's a chai latte. It's kind of fitting. Yeah. He said, do we have an agreement on Iran talk or not? What is your take? I was going to go to you next about crude oil.
All right. So, no, we don't have an agreement, obviously.
Unbelievable.
I know. It's hard to believe. Tanker tracking is at 6, down from 80 from before the war. So, obviously, not much is going through the Strait of Hormuz. Strait so close. So, really, it's just a war of words. Again, I keep talking about this market. This market really wants a resolution, right? And, the equity markets were reacting at the beginning just the same way, but now not reacting so much on those kind of headlines. But crude certainly still is, and that is kind of what we are seeing, although we are seeing positioning start to get longer in that contract. I mean, before there was, a month ago, there was no positioning. I mean... No,
I know. Remember we were talking about it? It was just flat.
No positioning. So we are seeing this market start to get a little bit longer. There are some rumors that somehow the government is involved in the paper barrel market because has it said we're going to do whatever we can. So the big thing in my OPEC chat is that somehow the U.S. government is somehow selling futures. It's all over Twitter, too. People talking about that. I don't know if that's necessarily true or not, but certainly it does not bode well for the administration for oil, for gas prices to be over $4 and oil to be at 80 going into the midterms.
I love myself a little conspiracy theory, so let's talk through that for a second. If the government is selling crude oil futures, and they keep them through expiration, don't they have to deliver oil? It is a physically delivered product.
Yes, well, they'd have to get rid of that before that because
So they'd have to buy them back.
You'd have to buy it back, yeah. I mean, but because technically, unless you can physically take delivery through the exchange, you have to be registered with the exchange to take delivery. You have to be out of that contract after OPEX.
Yeah.
After the fiasco in 2020. when oil prices went negative.
Yeah, so let me ask you, how likely is it that there's a lot of manipulation on the front month of oil? You can be honest. It's a safe space.
People have been talking about this forever. Somehow the Fed is involved, and they have people, whether that be banks or whatnot, selling oil. But, I guess if they have to buy it back much lower, then that's fine. They'll take the end of the month or the middle of the month bounce and then sell it again, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if technically they are doing that, again, a lot of speculation out there. This is not the first time this has come up either.
Yeah. Well, Jimmy, you've been around. What do you think about oil? Well, I want to hear is there any conspiracy theories brewing in the mind of Cagnina?
I mean, you said it when we first started, 5% up, 5% down. I mean, it's a roller coaster. We have a huge gap all the way up to 84 on the Globex Open. I mean, that's $5 from where we're at right now, more than $5 from where we're at right now. So when I'm looking at this thing, all of these rules that we like to think about, gaps getting filled and retracements and reversion to the mean is out the window right now. This is just too big of a news-driven marketplace right now, and we're literally trading at the low of the session as we speak. So again, I'm going to be looking for places to sell as long as we're below that session VWAP, which by the way is at 79.87 for the session. But if you go back to the wartime VWAP on a daily candle, we're talking $90. We're way below that right now. So right now it's it's going good, looking good going into the midterms if this keeps up.
I know everyone talks about gaps. It's so funny. I mean, because I came from the pit, the only gap we ever looked at was the overnight gap to the open. I never looked at previous gaps. If we got into a gap, we were always like, oh, yeah, we're in a gap. But it wasn't ever something I never really thought about, especially if you think about all the years the S&P has gapped higher and probably never went back down and filled them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's for a crude oil gap with a monthly expiration.
It does tend to fill those. I don't really think it matters much. I don't know. That's just my opinion. It does tend to fill those gaps. That said, it can take months.
Yeah.
Well, you're just changing contracts so much. I mean, I know a lot of people really focus on it. I never really have. I think that, again, it's to each his own. If you follow them, you follow them. If you don't, you don't. I think it's just like anything else. I love the jokes always coming on through chat. They go, Jimmy's been around like a record. It's a joke. No one's laughing. Sorry. Hey, who put that joke out?
Right round like a record, baby. That song, Dead or Alive.
Mike Morrow looks at. I tried, dude. I tried. I'm trying to get you some fame on here, man. It's just you got to come up with something better. Give me a good joke. If we can get the panel to laugh, you're gonna win some swag. So, I know. All right, a couple minutes left. Let's go back to Mr. Shapiro. He looks like the Green Lantern today. Did you see this light blinking green? And he's got the green shirt on. He's like, Green Lantern Shapiro. A couple minutes before we close out. What say you?
Yeah, look, I went with the green shirt today because it's, I'm back from vacation. I'll be back in studio tomorrow, but I really wanted to, feel like I got a week off and now I'm uplifted and feeling green. I know, a lot of worries in the chat about me wearing red too much.
Psychology.
Yeah, wearing red too much. And so I went with the green shirt today with the white background just to kind of uplift spirits. But look, I mean, it's August. It's a new month, and there's a lot going on. I think one of the frustrations that I often have is the markets and watching cross-asset price movements don't always matter to stock indices because of the flows, right? The 0-day expiry flows, the time of the month, and how much capital we have in some of the very short-term trading-oriented strategies. But I think we're in a period here, at least for this week, with a heavy macro data week ahead of us. Where we're kind of far enough away from expiry that should data move in certain directions, I think we're going to have more pronounced movements in equity indices, particularly because the bond market has been really starting to break down. Dollar yen has really started to move. I mean, we didn't really even talk about if the yen were to continue to rally, what might that mean for the carry trades and some of the unwind there. So I think macro is going to matter this week. We can get a good sense for the labor market. Has it held up? Has the economy been as resilient to higher rates and higher oil? So I'm excited to get back in the saddle and excited to get back and join you guys in studio tomorrow morning.
Yeah, no, we've definitely missed you here. I agree with you. I don't know how where we are within that window of when macro matters or not, but I think when I look at where we come from July and the way that July traded and where we are August now getting ready to start getting back into the fall, I do feel like macro is going to start to matter now. I think that the what we've seen in the equity indexes, this little bit of rotation is soon coming to an end. I think these divergences are soon coming to an end, and we're going to start to see if the indexes want to start working together. And I think that that matters. And I know that for a short-term day trader, you may not need to see all the indexes working together for you and for your strategy and for your style of trading. But I will tell you this, when the indexes work together, we typically have a cleaner tape, especially if you're trading the ES. I like to see NASDAQ leading, and I like to see all of them going in primary trend or mean reversion type moves. It's always been a little bit of a cleaner because you get more extended moves. So we'll see. We'll see if it's divergence or we're back together.
Just really quickly, worth noting too, we just filled the gap from the Sunday open on NASDAQ, but not even close on ES.
Yeah, gaps.
Gaps.
There's a lot of gaps. They fill the gaps. They don't fill the gaps. I don't know. Up for debate for a different time, but thank you, Shai. All right, everybody. It's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's take a look at the Russell 2000, the small cap stock index futures. This is a daily candle chart I have up on the screen. A couple of interesting things to note. One of them is this old area of resistance. I have it highlighted with a rectangle here, right? Resistance oftentimes becomes support. In this case, I think it did until we kind of started breaking through it. But right now, we're just slightly above it. If you kind of extend that rectangle over, and then you consider this kind of negative sloping trend line that I drew, and you could kind of envision this descending triangle, if you will. So that forget about what the textbook says. We could break up, we could break down, but that's kind of the formation that we're looking at right now. So I'm going to say this area of support here is super important, and that's around 29.50 where we're at right now. So we'll see as this matures throughout the day what happens here. Decent bottom. Previous week's low is around 29.02 spot 3. I mean, we tapped it 3 different times, so that's a pretty good sign, actually. RSI is kind of neutral. It's going sideways right here on the daily candle. Intraday, there's that gap. Let's kind of open this up a little bit. Remember, all the stock index futures gapped up. This one has not filled yet. And as a matter of fact, this is the Sunday Globex gap. The high was on the Friday close was 37.6. So we got a healthy gap there. Again, whether or not it gets filled or not is a discussion for another matter. We do have a really nice volume profile so far. This is almost picture perfect. Nice Gaussian distribution, bell-shaped curve, point of control right in the middle. Right, pretty close to session VWAP too, where we're trading at as we speak at 29.57.1. So what does that mean? It means there's a lot of great targets both on the upside and the downside. Right now, since we're trading above VWAP, that's a key area of support right now. That's 29.56 spot 4. Call resistance at 29.60 right now. We've been trading through that all morning and all night long. So that, again, that's just kind of another line for me at this point. But that one-day max from MenthorQ, we wicked through it once. Maybe we could wick through it again, 29.62 spot 9. Above and beyond, we do have R1, which is part of the daily pivot study at 29.68. And above that, previous session's highs, it looks pretty far away, but it's not. 29.73.6. Remember, we're only about 32% of the 34-day average range so far. So tight range day right here in the Russell. On the downside, we do have this is probably a more important level. It's kind of defining the bottom of the conversation. We have that high vol level, that 0 DTE call resistance, 29.50. So that's going to be an important level. And then below that, if everything breaks and we fill that gap and we keep going down, the pivot, 29.36 spot 7 on the downside. That's the story of the Russell. I'm going to keep my eye on that. I'm going to be looking for maybe 2 directional trades for today. Let's shoot over to gold really quickly here. We're in December contract. Remember, we did about 41,000 contracts overnight. I have a lot of PAX lines here on the daily chart. Let's open this up a little bit. So a lot of consolidation, and remember, as Tracy pointed out last week, this could be this consolidate for months. The July 6th swing high kind of defines the top at 42.15 spot 5. The bottom down here is defined at 39.55 spot 4. 4,000 obviously being the psychological number where we see buyers kind of pop back in right now. But moving averages are pinching really close. 8 and 21 are just going sideways here. Not a lot of movement as the RSI also. So what does that mean for day traders? Well, we have some opportunities, right? Long and short, we're below that VWAP here. A little bit of the opposite of what we saw in the Russell 2000 right now. Decent volume profile so far. Again, not quite as mature as the Russell, but it'll get more mature as we go. So we'll keep an eye on that. We're going to keep an eye on the gap. Previous sessions lows are all the way down here at 40.76.4. And below that, we have an S1 at 40.59.8. Jax 1 at 40.50. And then that one-day min is all the way down here at 40.42.9. On the upside, if this thing does turn around, look for that Jax 2 level at 41.30.4, and then we have two areas of interest corresponding with the one-day max and the R1 of the daily pivot. That's 41.54.1. So really nice targets here on the gold contract. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guest.
We have Scott Willis, who is the portfolio manager at the DART ETF. We've had him on a guest before. We're going to talk to him about tech and natural gas.
Perfect. I know. We haven't talked about natural gas in a while.
I know.
What is natty gas doing this morning, by the way? It's up.
It's up.
It's up despite.
Surprisingly.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at who else will be joining us this morning on NinjaTrader Live. Of course, we've got Scott Willis coming up next for the morning gap. Then we have Tape Talk with Vincent, Desiano. Trade the Open with Tanja and Salma. Always great to start Monday with Tanja and Salma. Midday Markets, we've got Jack of all trades, and Nick for a tick. Let me get the full names in there. You know, the full deal. Trade the Close, we've got Stowe, XYZ, and Joey. All right, let's bring in Mr. Willis. Good morning, Scott.
Well, hello, everyone. How are you?
We're doing great. Here we are Monday morning, first day of August. You know, I like to look at the first day of the month just to kind of see what people are out there expressing their opinions are for the first day of a month. I never really like to hold too much weight into July, August, even a little bit into September, but markets have been somewhat busy. Here we are, first day of August. What are you seeing?
Well, you know, I'm an energy specialist by trade, and looking at that, you know, some of the stocks have been working. It's obviously summer's often volatile. That's what we're seeing again. So we invest in momentum stocks and energy stocks. I can talk more about how those go together. But, you know, momentum's had a tough go this month, but it looks like historically that does seem to happen in the summertime. So we're getting, you know, increased volatility. But last week, we had a lot of earnings from hyperscalers, which are very important to AI. And we think that this volatility may dampen down a little bit, and we'll have a strong end to the year in the AI trade and also in certain parts of the commodity complex. So I'm happy to talk about that.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because it's, I guess the question is that everyone's looking for, is this kind of a rotation? I've been calling it the summer of divergence. Or is this a reversal of trend? I think that's what a lot of people are trying to emphasize, what we're seeing over the last month or so. You're kind of saying that you think AI trends continue into the year. This is kind of more of a rotation. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, it feels like seasonality right now. I mean, you've seen the last few summers, you've had some weakness in momentum, and all these, the AI trade has just been so strong versus other parts of the market. You can't think it's going to go up every month. And so, you know, you had everything run so fast in the beginning of the year, and there's leverage involved as well, which amplifies everything. And so now you've had a sell-off in basically the whole AI complex, tech complex. And then there's a rotation among big investors back into energy, back into value, everything like that. But we just think the fundamentals are much better for semiconductors and across the AI value chain. And I can talk more about hyperscaler earnings, what those told us, but those gave us confidence that this story hasn't played out in AI. So we think it's kind of a summer lull, and then things will start working. And then we do think, you know, parts of the commodity supply chain, like natural gas, more LNG is looking very interesting right now. I can talk you through my thesis there. So those are kind of what we're watching.
Yeah, I think start with the hyperscalers, and we'll get to Shai.
Yeah, so I mean, there's just so many moving parts, so much information. It's kind of hard to make sense of what's important in the AI trade, because you know, data comes fast and furious every day. We call it F1 racing. If you're in the momentum game, in the technology game, there's just so much information. It's a fire hose at you. So I wanted to kind of simplify things for people and say, what is our main takeaway from hyperscaler earnings? And if you just look across AI, AI compute is still sold out globally. So that's all you need to know. So whether it's a bubble or not is kind of an argument for another day. As long as AI is sold out, we're not at the top of this trade. If it is a bubble at all, we could still have a few years left. Let's use an analogy of the 2000 tech bubble. I think if we were back in 2000s now, this would be we're in 1998. So we could have at least 2 more good years of where things are going. You have hyperscalers. They've basically doubled their CapEx spending estimates from the beginning of this year. We're only halfway through to where we are now. So these are very sophisticated investors. They're putting all their money on the table saying, we see a return from AI. And if you look at their results, that return is starting to come through. All of their cloud businesses saw accelerating growth, and they added the most revenue that they ever have by a factor of 2 to 3 times in this last quarter. So everyone keeps arguing of if there's a return to AI, but these guys are spending 100% of their cash flow. These are very sophisticated guys who've been around forever. They don't control the companies. Meta may be one where, he controls the company. He might be able to make big bets, but CEOs of Microsoft and Amazon and Google, they don't own the company where they can just make this crazy bet and it's not going to come back to bite them. So they're saying, the CEO of Amazon had a very good comment. He just said, right now, the GPUs that we put into service, they're paying back in 3 years. And we know that GPUs right now have 5 to 6 year life. So that's all gravy on top of the 3 years. So, I think the argument about returns in AI is basically moot at this point. There are returns. The question longer term is we have a lot of new GPUs being put online. So right now, way too much demand, not enough supply. So that's a good situation as an investor. There's going to be continued supply chain bottlenecks across AI, a lot of opportunities. But what we have to watch longer term is there too many GPUs that come on for where demand goes? That's not a conversation we need to worry about, I think, for the next 2 years. There's 2 things we're watching, though. If everyone wants to say, okay, you sound pretty bullish, but what are some canaries in the coal mine I should be looking for? What are some warning signs? There's 2. So one is debt capacity. These guys are borrowing a lot now. They've spent most of their free cash flow on buying GPUs from NVIDIA. Now they're going even harder. They're saying we're going to take on debt. They're still at low debt levels. How much more could they borrow? We went back and we looked at the 2000 tech bubble, how much borrowing the tech industry did. And so we're on pace to kind of meet that borrowing at the end of this year. Debt will be up about 200% from, say, 4 years ago. In 2000, it peaked at a little over 220%. So we're getting close to that point where there's the same amount of debt in the system, but it's not a risk right now. And then the other piece you need to look at that's important for me is on the demand side. You do have 2 big players that are a big part of AI demand. That's OpenAI and Anthropic. I think they're about 40 to 50% of demand right now, and they have to borrow money to keep going to buy GPUs. So that's what you need to watch because they're both looking to IPO soon. So we need to see how the stocks do. Are they able to continue to borrow? Because if they're not able to do that, that's a big chunk of demand that could fall out. And that's demand that right now is in the revenue and earnings and cash flow estimates for an Amazon, for a Google. And so those are the 2 things I would watch. As long as debt doesn't really explode too much and OpenAI and Anthropic are continuing to borrow with no problems like they have been, I think the AI trade just took a breather this summer and we have a lot more to go.
And then let's talk about how natural gas and LNG fit into this whole scenario with the AI trade, and then just separately being that we know Europe needs a lot of LNG and Qatar is not providing that right now. So talk to us through that, because a lot of people just look at front month natural gas prices down at $2.70 and think, oh my God, what's going on here?
Exactly. So it's funny, you said you haven't heard much on natural gas lately. I wonder if I was the last person on NinjaTrader to talk about natural gas. I was on a year ago, and I was pitching natural gas. And it's funny because I'm getting a sneaking sense of deja vu here. When I was on then, I said we liked natural gas names, we liked LNG. They had a good run into the winter there. But if you look where we are now, basically nothing's changed. Stocks are kind of flat. since I was last on, but under the surface, a lot has actually happened. So stocks are flat, valuations are the same, but what else has happened? I'd say the most interesting thing I'm looking at is LNG and secondarily natural gas. So how do those tie into AI? We look at the supply chain to disruption. You don't get data centers without the energy to run the data centers. And right now, everyone wants to run their data center on natural gas. So that's a huge opportunity for natural gas. And secondarily, an opportunity for natural gas is LNG. So let me just take you through the LNG picture here. So, valuations and prices haven't done much. LNG is up a little bit. But what's happened the last year is the market has basically come around to that U.S. LNG is the gold standard of LNG. I have some great charts that I'll show up. I'll throw those up on X after we're done speaking. But if you look at what's happened in prices, so we had the everything going on in Iran. You had international gas prices basically have doubled or more. What has U.S. natural gas done? Gone down through the whole thing. So if you're an LNG buyer, do you want supply that just shrugs off any geopolitical issue of any kind and just continues to basically get cheaper? Or do you want supply that could be bombed and may not come to you when you really need it? People are realizing, okay, Qatar has good pricing. They're closer to me. And for a while, it was the U.S. and Qatar were winning market share. They're in a market share race. But you've seen this year, there's been a lot of LNG contracts signed, long-term contracts. 70% of those have gone to U.S. suppliers. So basically, U.S. gas is just going to continue to gain market share for LNG, and that's very bullish for gas pricing. Now, where this comes in the short term, for someone looking for like, what should I buy now going into the end of the year? We like LNG basically more than gas, even though gas secondarily will win. Here's what's happened. There's a very interesting dynamic going on that didn't happen in 2022 with Russia and Ukraine. When Russia invaded Ukraine, LNG buying, Europe had to rush to buy LNG because their pipeline with Russia was shut, essentially. And so you saw a huge spike in U.S. gas. But if you look across the world, there's basically been LNG demand destruction where all these countries are saying, we think Iran will be resolved in a few months. We're going to wait it out. Europe in particular has doubled and tripled down. If you look at their imports of LNG, in 2022, they ramped up their imports. They said, we got to fill our tanks so we can heat our homes in the winter. Now they've gone the opposite. They've just stopped buying and are waiting out pricing. But how long can they wait? Because their imports are down 60% versus before Iran started. And winter is fast approaching. So we think this is a very interesting opportunity for U.S. LNG exporters that have spot cargoes that aren't already contracted, where they can just take the market price. Market price has doubled or more since the beginning of the year. So there's two names. Basically, the way we play it is Cheniere, which is ticker LNG, and then Venture Global is the one with the most spot capacity. So Venture Global's been working lately. We think there's more room to run. It's still below where it was when Iran, the bombings first happened. And so I'll give you some math here. International gas prices are around $20. U.S. gas is $3. So that's a spread of $17 for every cargo that they can ship. So they're just minting money right now. And you have a world where EU storage is as low as it was in 2022. That shows how much they're tripling down and saying, we think this will be over soon and we can buy natural gas for cheaper. They may be waiting a while. So they're getting close to where the rubber meets the road. And so is the rest of the world. China, Southeast Asia, South Korea have all cut LNG buying, but Southeast Asia has already thrown in the towel. They're buying more. China hasn't come back yet. So you have all these countries that really do need this energy. They've been trying to find it from other places, but they can't go on forever. And you have Venture Global sitting there with spot capacities that they can get that market price. And there's a reason that it's doing better than a lot of these other stocks. So going to the end of the year, we think it's very interesting because there's going to be a big LNG restocking.
We've only got a minute left, Scott. Shai, any last questions for Scott?
So Jen, what are you looking at other than like the AI and LNG? Maybe give us another market that looks interesting to you that maybe you're not necessarily vested in if people are looking elsewhere too.
Yeah, I mean, one interesting part of everything going on in Iran would be the chemical sector. I mean, again, there's been some issues with supply out of that region. And so one of the winners would be like a LyondellBasell, which is a Western chemical manufacturer. That's where, you take the petroleum and you turn it into different products that we use in our everyday life. They'd be a big winner if there's supply constraints coming out of that area. So that's one place we're looking at. Also, oil has done well, but I was just looking at Exxon and Chevron versus the refiners, and refiners have been doing a lot better. And it kind of makes sense because you've had pretty robust driving season travel in the West. Everyone's still flying. There's been World Cup. And then prices have been high. So what happens is when oil prices go up, these guys are very quick to raise the price of their product, right? Their gasoline and diesel. But then when oil prices fall, they're a little slower to cut the price of the pump, and so their margins expand. So that's what you're seeing right now is the real beneficiary of everything going on with oil supply and demand is the refiners. So that'll continue to work as long as we have all this volatility coming out of the Middle East. Those stocks probably will be a better pick than an Exxon or Chevron because people just don't believe in that story. Every time oil prices spike, you see the stocks go up a bit, but the multiple compresses and offsets some of that because everyone says, oh, it won't last. And so with these refiners, they seem to just get more of a tailwind from something like that. So, we're looking across disruption. We're looking at energy. We think of it as a supply chain to disruption. It's not just the AI GPUs. It's the copper that powers them. It's the natural gas that powers them. So that's we think of it in a holistic view.
We have to end it there, Scott. Thank you so much for joining us today on NinjaTrader Live.
Thanks for having me, guys. Great time.
Thank you.
I always find it interesting in how many different ways people can find niches within markets, right? Come
Absolutely.
up with different, all the information's right there in front of you. So you always think about it, especially from the people who follow more macro and fundamentals. All the information is right there in front of you. Now you just hope that price reacts the way that you think.
Exactly.
There is that.
Always.
Final thoughts before we let you go this morning, Shai.
All right. So be aware that number at 9:45 PMI and 10 o'clock data will be important. So if you are trading at those times, just be aware those could be market moving numbers.
Yep. I'll make sure and remind the girls when we get on with them. All right, Shai. We'll see you in chat. All right, let's bring in my boy Desiano. What's up?
How you doing? Happy Monday.
Good, man. Happy Monday. Here we are, first day of August. What's catching the eye of Desi?
Software again. Pretty much the entire year of 26, I've been dip buying some software. Earlier this year, software dropped because of because of Claude. I don't know if you use Claude or if anyone in the audience uses Claude.
Every day.
A pretty incredible tool. I use it every day, and it sort of panicked the markets of like how useful are these software companies actually? Can it just be recreated? I think that was an overreaction. I was buying Microsoft. I've been buying ServiceNow a little bit. Been dipping into Palantir and these software names. So that's been like sort of the 2026 trade for me. And today sort of feels like another reconfirmation of that thesis. Definitely seeing some of that strength come in. It's really just a matter of the flip-flop between semis and software. That's basically the flip you continue to get. If software is strong, semis are weak. If semis are strong, software is weak. And so that's been the consistent flip-flop. And I saw your tweet this morning, Anthony, and I agree. So today, again, watching the divergence on the market. You have the Nasdaq strong, or the Nasdaq weak, S&P very strong, Dow actually breaking out almost at all-time highs today. So just having to consistently watch this divergence and flip-flop trade that continues to is really what I continue to pay attention to.
Yeah, Chad, I got to ask you a question. Are you using Claude? Put yes or no in chat. I'm very curious to see because I think that traders should be using Claude. For research, you can now build tools. You're going to have an MCP right into NinjaTrader. You're going to have all sorts of ways to maximize your time efficiency, back testing, building indicators, so many reasons why I think traders should be using it. Again, I just want to talk about that. But yeah, back to you, Desi. And I think that what I look at what the summer has been so far, the summer of divergences, the summer of flip-flops, because, again, I follow you for what you're seeing within inside the different sectors. I'm looking at what's happening in the indexes. And eventually you wonder if that road starts to narrow and that flip-flopping and divergences starts to go away, then I think you're going to have a tape where the indexes, to me, become really in favor, because if the NASDAQ wants to lead us higher or lower, those are tapes that I like. I love when the NASDAQ starts to lead us back higher, because I'll buy those really small dips in NASDAQ. I like to hold on for multi-day positions. I could use a relatively tight stop and the thing runs. We have not seen that yet. So I'm curious, coming into today, maybe we go through sectors and then maybe indexes and what you're seeing.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's no doubt that eventually you will get the NASDAQ to catch up to the S&P and Dow. It's really not a question of if, it's a question of when, really, in my mind. And that's, of course, the hard part is when that's going to occur. And, of course, how do we capitalize on it? But for now, I think you got to see something strong back in the semiconductors. I have a key level for you today on the SMH. The SMH here, the semiconductor ETF, massive daily low back here, all the way back from May 19th. And this was 527.76. It was a huge daily low right here on the chart. And I think you got to hold on to that today. If you don't hold on to that on the SMH today, this daily low, I think you could navigate back down towards that last week low. I hate to say it, but that definitely is the key spot. It's also the FOMC high. That's another spot that I'm watching. What was the high from Wednesday on FOMC? That's going to be a really influential spot across the board for me today. So if we go to the QQQ, another key spot that I'm paying attention to, if I go to the hourly chart here on the Qs, there's a very clear previous low here on the Qs from back last 2 Fridays ago, July 26th. This was around a 687.45, 686 area. And if I actually go even further out on the 4-hour chart, you can see this right here. So big 4-hour low right here, big 4-hour low here. And this is actually exactly where you're trading at in the pre-market today. So zooming in on this a little bit more, this is your chance of maybe some type of a higher low today on the Qs. It's right here at this 4-hour low from back 2 weeks ago. So right around this 686, 687 spot. And if I zoom in, it's actually the exact level that's holding in the pre-market. It's right here. So I think this is a really big spot. Another thing that I focused on last week into this week to try to see if the market's attempting something back to the upside is the first chance of a higher low this week, right? So on Friday of last week, you had your first chance, your first look at a potential higher low, and that is right here. So you have a previous, you have the FOMC high right here, and you have a higher low above that on Friday. And so that tells me that the NASDAQ and the Qs tried to defend that FOMC high, and that is really where I think the bulls need to hold tight, because if we do not establish and hold that higher low right there, you are just going to navigate right back down, back down into, let me delete that big square. Let me get my pencil tool here. Right back down. If you don't defend this, right, you're going to see this. If this flips back below, you're going to see this thing give back this entire move from back of last week. So for me, I like to trade in structures, trade in these boxes. And for me, this FOMC high and this Friday low is going to be massive this week. So that's a big watch for you guys out there. If you're trading technicals, I would 100% be watching that Friday low. That would be a line in the sand for me. On the S&P, it's crazy to think how close we are to all-time highs. It's crazy to feel the sentiment on the market, right? The fear that we're seeing across the market, and the S&P be 2% off all-time highs, 3%. So it scares me, because when the S&P 15, 20% off all-time highs, I can't even imagine the minds of people out there, because I've seen a lot of fear and panic, right? And we are basically at all-time highs. So this is such a normal pullback on the S&P, such a consolidation range. But I think what people are, I think if there's anything that this moment in time in the market tells you, or tells you about yourself or about your long-term investments, if you're worried right now or getting crushed, that should tell you that you're over leveraged into a single sector on the market, right? Your portfolio is not diversified. Most portfolios are doing just fine right now, but if it's all tech, all memory, then yeah, it's hurting. But yeah, I mean, that's just an interesting point for you guys to think about. Like, okay, hold on, the S&P is only 2%, 3% off all-time highs. This is pretty crazy to see some of the sentiment out there on the market. Especially the Dow is pretty close to all-time highs today as well. On the S&P, the key level that I'm watching, I'll actually go to the SPY because I think it's really clear here. On the SPY, if we go out to the 4-hour chart, actually, I'm going to go to the hourly chart. On the SPY here, we can see a previous weekly high, which is right here. So we see this previous high right here on the S&P. That's right around the 750 level. And you can see today, which is pretty wild, you are holding right above that level right here. So a really clear hold right above that previous week high here at 750. And I would say that if the S&P defends this 750 spot today, you're going to continue to see this thing continue higher. And I really don't see anything stopping the S&P until this 756, 757 high right here. So for me on the S&P, if we do get that continuation of strength, I am watching this 750 high right here on the SPY to see if that can defend. And right now in the pre-market, we're definitely seeing it defend. The only thing to pay attention to today is that you are on a gap up. And in the current market environment, again, I would not be surprised to see a gap get filled. So just be aware of that gap that we do have on the S&P and the NASDAQ futures across all the ETFs and futures. Last thing I'll note is the software trade. And again, also the large cap tech trade. I mean, Amazon, all-time highs. Google fully filled its earnings gap down, basically back at this key 368, 370 area. Microsoft, huge breakout. I mean, if we go to the daily chart, Microsoft pretty much back towards these highs, and it shows you how quickly this can turn if you're not sort of dipping into this, maybe taking advantage of some downside, slowly but surely, not over leveraged, comfortable position sizing. Look at how quickly something can flip like Microsoft, basically back up into this previous high area. So strong large cap tech, strong software, weak semis. And the problem that you continue to have is if the semis are weak, the NASDAQ gets dragged with it because of the correlation it has. And the SMH is basically running the NASDAQ right now. And until that SMH flips, you're just going to continue to get this weak NASDAQ consolidation to downside grind. That's my story, Anthony. Anything else you wanted to review?
No, I think it's important to point out when you see that the NASDAQ has this divergence, what sector it is that's driving it. And I'm glad that you pointed out the SMH because I think that could be very helpful for traders if they're trying to either buy the dip in the NASDAQ because they think it's going to play catch up to the Dow or the S&Ps. A lot of traders think that way. I don't think it's the way to think. But again, look at that sector that is driving it. And because of the weightings and because the way that things are, keep an eye on the SMH. I also think it was important that you pointed out, like last week, I hate putting too much emphasis on anything really that happens in July and August. Really, this is just from historical data in my mind. I always look at it and go, man, you put too much emphasis on what happens in July, August. Typically, they're never really great lows or highs made in those times. But when you go back to last month and last week, really, that FOMC day really has become a really important point of interest. And I agree with you. I think that if we can stay above those areas that you talked about in the S&P and NASDAQ, and even if you pulled it up in the Dow and the Russell, that's key because if you start to give that back up in August, I think the timing does matter here because I think that when we looked at what last week was, it was such a highlighted moment. Everyone was waiting to see what the Fed was going to do. You had a moment where, what was it, like 38 or 35.8% chance of a rate hike. It didn't happen. And all of those things that were tied to it. So you got a lot of repositioning in that moment or new positioning. And so now you start to see, does that unwind? How weak are those hands? Or were those the hands that drive us into the end of the year? I think that is what's interesting about this moment. And I think this week is going to be an important week for those reasons.
I agree. It's, really the last thing I would note is once the semis fire again, that the market will fire again. It's basically just that's the last weight. The last weight that's holding the NASDAQ down is this memory trade, this semi weakness. That's the last piece that we need. Once once that begins to fire again, that's really what I've been waiting on to see and really focusing on a daily basis. Because if it continues to stay weak, then you really can't have too high of expectations of this thing bouncing. But when you zoom in on these shorter time frames, you think you just have to sort of watch it day by day and sort of see if constructive things are building, right? So the constructive thing of this week for those traders out there is, like you said, Anthony, holding this FOMC high. That's the first sort of constructive higher low. If that can stick this week, even if we just trade sideways this entire week, as long as we trade sideways above the FOMC high, pretty much above 680 on the Qs, that is a good sign of a higher low structure trying to build. And that can start to give us some insight into what the August into September may look like. So, yeah, that's my
that's a
read
win
for
the
the day.
Bulls.
Yeah,
I
we'll
agree.
see.
It's a win
We'll
for the
see.
Bulls. And my pushback for everybody that says, look, if you just look at the index you're trading, it'll tell you all the information that you need, like a lot of order flow traders and stuff like that. And I do agree with that. I think if you're really niche into a style that you're just looking within the tape. But I will tell you this, I go back to what we try to do here in the mornings, with you and the panel, is understanding market environment. I think that's one of the key things. You can't sit here and tell me that the NASDAQ is going to have this massive rally if the SMH is making new lows. You're going to have a lot more
It's
chop.
impossible.
And it's just, so you have to understand that that's really understanding context and nuance of the situation. So you want to go out there and become a better trader. Those are the types of things you have to watch for, because in my experience, I go back to it. Everything works sometimes. Nothing works all the time. In certain market environments, you're going to understand how the execution is different from one to the next. And in this moment, if you're watching what's happening and the flip-flopping between software and SMH and all that, and you're getting rattled around a NASDAQ, pull back, understand it, and when you see them firing on all cylinders, you have a more powerful trend in either direction.
It's spot on. Couldn't have said it better.
Yeah. Cool, my brother. Well, looking forward to having you here each and every week. I know we've got your Trading Live segment coming up soon here. That's in a couple of weeks, maybe even just a week. Either way.
Carmine.
With Carmine. Yeah. So
should be fun.
I'm really looking forward to that. Again, everybody in chat, go follow my boy Desi. Check out what he's doing on his Discord, YouTube channel, and of course, follow him on X. And if you like coffee, you should venture off and buy my boys coffee, because I got it in my machine right now. I will be having one right when I get out of here. So, Mr. Desiano, I will see you again next week.
All right, man. Have a great day. Thanks for the shout out.
You too. All right, traders. It's Monday. Not a lot to recap this morning. I think we covered most of it in the segment with Vincent Desiano. Again, you have the market today, first day of the month. Historically, first days of the month, Mondays, I've always known them to be, somebody could fact check this and go back test it, but a lot of times they're one-dimensional, especially first day of the month. You talk about it with Craig, how the flows are coming in, and they could typically be, they're typically higher if your equity indexes, but a lot of times they're one-dimensional. And so, again, we'll see, coming off of a big week last week in the Fed, I think that you have to keep an eye on those levels that Desi talked about. What last week represented for the summer was really the key calendar checkpoint that everybody, whether they were in the Hamptons or no matter where they were, they tuned in to see what was happening with that day. So you had a big volume a couple of days following the Fed. Interest rates are back, highlighted in the markets. So those areas and the indexes matter. And so watch those. And like Vincent said, if we could just stabilize above where those key areas he mentioned in NASDAQ and S&P are, it could be a win for the bulls. And so again, understand market environment and some of those key levels. But speaking of key levels, I can't wait to see what the girls are looking at. Let's get ready to trade the open with Tanja and Salma. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, how are you?
The segment I never miss, Monday mornings. I may not be here for some of the other ones during the week, but I never miss you guys in the Monday.
Who cares about the others?
You make the one that matters.
I know. I do. I carve it out of my calendar and make sure no matter what, I'm here with the girls, the OGs. So how are you guys? How was the weekend?
It was great. Went to the beach.
I went to the zoo.
In New York? So hold on.
No, I went
You went
out
to the
Long
beach in New York?
Island.
Oh. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
And Selma, you were at the zoo?
Yeah, I went to the zoo. I went to the Bronx Zoo.
Oh, I haven't been there in years.
Gosh, I remember.
Yeah, I
When's the last
can't
time
tell
I've been
you.
to the zoo?
I can't tell you why I went, but it was fun. It was a good time.
Awesome.
Yeah, just a random thing to do. But yeah, the zoo.
No, I want to go to the zoo. I haven't been there in years.
Prepare to walk a lot. If you guys have ever been to the Bronx Zoo, it's freaking humongous.
It's really big.
End of the day, I think I took like 13,000 steps, and that's probably way more than what I do on a daily basis. Yeah, it's not for the weak. So
How many thousand?
13.
Okay.
And that was only, we call it
Just at
like,
the
I only
zoo.
went like the last 3 hours before they closed. So imagine if you like make a whole day out of it. It's a lot of walking. Yeah. Anyway.
Wow.
Belly, you look like you had the best weekend out of all three of us.
Oh, how do you know? Oh, because I'm on Instagram now.
Oh yeah, I like it. You're like updating everything. At the gym.
I'm sitting there,
your
I'm like, how
dog.
does she know? Yeah, I'm back
I know
on
everything.
Instagram.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
living
you do.
for it. When's the hair tutorial coming out?
You gotta ease your way into that, Tanya. You can't
we have to
push it
earn
right
it?
at the top. You can't.
But Tanya,
you can't.
did
You,
We need
Go-
like
go
1,500 likes on a live stream to get that.
I think we could do it.
I agree.
oh, you two could do it.
Deli, you
Yeah.
crack me up. You go, what's up, guys? I'm down here in Miami for work. And I'm like, oh, what?
You know, I was.
Oh,
Hey, listen.
God.
So let me show you. Okay, I went to my ex. Have you guys heard of my ex?
No, I only
No.
heard it from you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell us more about
well,
that.
So I went to my ex this past week in Miami for work. Is that good enough, Selma? And a little wink, you catch it. So
That was
I went
so
there,
funny. It was hilarious.
yeah, it was great. I went there. They had a trading floor. It was so funny. So I had heard about them. I've been speaking with them. I went to check it out. And so I get there, and I don't know what to expect, right? You hear trading floor. I spent 15 years on the floor of CME, and so it was kind of like and any other trading floor is just not the same. Even the New York
Yeah.
Stock Exchange and other floors I've been to, they're just small in comparison. The CME, we had two massive trading floors. They were just it was. Speaking of a zoo, that's what you want to see what a zoo was like. Go back to where I was for many years. I'm just saying. So there's nothing really of comparison. So I get there, and of course it's not. It's definitely more of like a digital trading floor. But I walk in there, and they're like, "Hey, we're on the trading floor now." And I'm looking around, and I actually recognize somebody, which I'll get to that. And all of a sudden they start doing open outcry, and I go, "They're doing open outcry here?" He's like, "Yeah, we're doing open outcry for big option spreads." And I'm like, "You got to be kidding me." So I go around. Next thing you know, a guy comes up, and I look at him. He looks at me. I'm like, "Man," I go, "I know you." He's like, I go, "Were you in the S&P pit?" He's like, "No." He goes, "I was in the Eurodollar options." I go, "I stood right behind you for a year. I was in the Eurodollar options from 96 to 97. I go, "You're here at my ex?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "A lot of us from Chicago are here now." And so what they're building out is this trading floor. And right now it's equity options, and they're doing open outcry in there, and with the opportunity to do a lot more. They've got the Bloomberg 500 and the Bloomberg 100. And instead of calling them minis and micros, they've got the teenies. And so new products coming. I had a chance to check them out. And I think interesting things to come from Miami. So would you guys like to go maybe for a visit with me and see it?
I'll never turn
When?
down a trip to Miami.
When?
Okay. That's all I need to know. Chat.
Down.
It's going to be interesting.
Already.
Going to be doing some
That's
cool
so
stuff
cool.
with my ex. I'm very excited about it. So I'll have to report more when we have more. But the first experience was very cool. Great people there. So shout out to them for hosting us.
That's so cool.
Ladies, yeah. So let's get
Teenies
into the
is
tape
what they're
for
calling
Monday.
it?
The teenies. Yeah, teenies.
Instead of the micros
So-
or instead of the minis?
Micros.
Oh, I like that.
Interesting.
Itsy bitsy teeny weeny.
Okay.
Yellow polka dot
Lots of content to
bikini.
come from this.
That she wore for the first time today. Who remembers that commercial? Chat definitely remembers. It doesn't seem like Salma
I remember the
remembered.
words, but I don't
No
know
clue.
what was it for.
I don't know.
What was it for, Shy?
Someone's
Shy
gotta know
said
in
it was
chat.
for near the hair remover. Let's fact check this on there right now. Is it true?
Someone in
Shy's
chat
fairly
has to
wrong.
know.
Yeah.
Beats me.
Wake up, chat. Let's go. Oh yeah, they got my Instagram on there
Shout out
now,
Real
so you can go and
Morphers.
check that out. Yeah.
Did you see my comment?
Your comment?
Yeah, on that
Where?
video. On that one video where you're like, for work, wink. I commented, I said, quote, for work, wink, end quote. Thanks for the clarification. You didn't see my comment? Bro.
Oh God! If you miss a Salma comment, Tanya, you get
No,
put on.
but, like,
She puts you on the
Oh my
spot.
God, you're on the.
If you're
on
going to
the
be
shit
chronically
list.
online,
I'm on the
or
hot
going to
seat.
pretend to be, you
I
have to
am,
like.
literally. She is.
And it's an auto refollow. It's an auto follow back. If you're coming from NinjaTrader Live and you put a comment on Instagram, I follow you back immediately.
Guys, he
Wow,
won't even
that's
read
actually
it.
a flex. Like, get there early. Go on Deli's Instagram. What's the at? Anthony Crudele, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's an extra
I think
C
it's Anthony's
somewhere.
secret. Yeah, there is. What's that extra
At
C
first,
for? We
Chat's
don't know.
coming in with the
the middle
song.
name.
Oh,
Yeah.
Caputo. Let's see.
What's the middle name? Christian? What are you laughing
I
at?
don't know. She said Caputo. I'd be curious. I would love to hear you guys guess all day. I bet you if you guessed all day, you're not going to guess it.
Okay, got you.
I'll let you know when you get it right. So keep thinking. It's not Caputo, and it's not Christian. So
Is it like a name like Christian where it's common?
I'm
or
not
is
giving
it
you
something
hints. You just gotta
random like
guess.
Caputo? All right.
No,
Imagine it's Craig.
no guesses.
Oh my gosh.
Craig. Yeah, dude,
Craig.
could you imagine if my middle name was Craig?
Yeah, no,
Anthony
he doesn't.
Craig
Craig
Crudele.
doesn't.
Sorry, Craig. Yes.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. I look like a Craig.
Well, that's
Start
something to
changing my
think
name to
about
Craig.
now.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's dive into the tape. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first, just because I feel like Tanya always goes first.
Oh,
All
thank
right.
you.
Oh,
I've got
Tanya,
a-
that was a little. I don't know.
No,
a
that
little-
was no. That was I feel bad.
Me picking
Tanya's always
favorites.
going first. Let me do it first.
No,
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
trying to alleviate you. Okay, whatever. See, this
I-
is why I don't do anything nice. Whatever.
No good deed goes unpunished.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm actually short for micros ES here from the highs at 64. I think it's worth taking it here. This is where I would want to see sellers step in. This is like the line in the sand for me here across the board between ES, NQ, Russell. Russell, I'll just pull up my Russell chart. It's a little bit cleaner actually. I've got this like downtrend trend line drawn here. We've basically just been putting in lower highs since July 14th. And we are at a zone that I have here where we should reject from. It's been a little bit stubborn. Makes a little bit of sense though, since the Dow is just continuously making highs all night. And we have seen time and time again where the Dow and the Russell can kind of, move in one direction where the NQ and the ES can be doing the complete opposite. I feel like right now ES is kind of almost like stuck in the middle and it's being tugged by both sides, right? It wants to go down with NQ on one end, and then on the other end, it wants to go up with the Russell and the Dow. So I am basically just favoring NQ pushing us down lower. For me personally, coming into today, I can't justify longing here. I would need to see some sort of pullback. And I think Tracy pointed out earlier during the morning segment where she was saying that NQ filled the gap. ES still has a very long way to go. So there is that divergence between the two. And yeah, I'm waiting for ES buyers to get exhausted and for sellers to step in. And then if not, then, I've got a 10-point stop. And I think that is a trade I would take any day of the week, especially considering that, on the 4-hour, we do have this like bearish hammer that printed. And yeah, it's just a matter of time, really. Got to give it a little bit of time and a little bit of breathing space. So that's it for me. Bearish.
Tanya,
Please dump us.
sell them.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, I think it's a decent idea. I think that also, looking at it, NASDAQ did not take previous day high from Friday, and ES did, and it also took out like a weekly high from the 22nd. NASDAQ's definitely weaker. And it filled the gap from Sunday, the Sunday gap up already. I think that if we remain heavy below that swing low we just made here on the NASDAQ, that we could potentially go for previous day low So I think those are my levels. Like this last swing low, pre-market low, I'll definitely keep an eye on. And if we remain heavy, you can go for a previous day low. I see that we also have like some areas, some gaps from Friday to go for. So I think that I would rather probably short NASDAQ because it's weaker than ES. I know Salma doesn't party with NASDAQ, but one day she will.
No, ma'am. All good.
But yeah, well, it's going to be an interesting morning. Last week was a lot of news. A lot was going on with earnings and FOMC. On Friday, I wasn't at the desk. I was actually at the New York Stock Exchange, and it's very quiet over there, Delhi. I don't know how quiet it was at the the Miami one, but yeah, MIAX. And it was very quiet, but I saw on the screens like Amazon was up like 15%. It's kind of crazy how we have these huge, the big names like acting kind of like meme stocks, like after their earnings, like insane. First Microsoft, then Amazon.
Yeah, I mean, like we were talking about this morning, I've been writing in my note, it's been the summer of divergence and flip-flops. We go from software to semis, and we've had divergence between the Dow and the NASDAQ and the Russell, and here we go. But today, everything is up, and I think that, again, a lot of traders, especially several of them on here, will talk about how they just focus on one index. They don't worry about what the other indexes are doing, and I get that, and that's fine. Again, I was solely focused on the S&P for many years, and I kind of started to look a little bit outside of that and understand that when I look at market environments, when you have divergences, especially if you're trading S&P, especially the ES, you're going to get that push and pull, like you're saying, Salma. You could feel that, right, Salma, how you're trading in the tape, and you're just like, what is going on? It's like you think it's finally going to go offered, and then it goes bid randomly, and then it goes bid, and then it goes all of a sudden it's offered randomly. We'll see if that starts to work its way through. We did get through, as I mentioned earlier, really the highlight of the summer of last week's FOMC. And everybody, like I said, if they were in the Hamptons, like Tanya, or out there on Long Island, they had the one eye on that one meeting and said, okay, either went back to their desks or made the calls in for any repositioning or new positioning. And now that we're past it, you wonder to see if it starts to work its way through. So first day of the month today, never usually my favorite. A lot of times you get those flows, as Craig's likes to talk about, and we'll see what shakes out. But again, and we have that data at 10 o'clock. Is that PMI, right, Shai? 9:45 and 10. See, I got Shai right here. She's not in camera, but I could ask her. It's like if I don't know something, I just go, Shai, hey. So, and that hopefully jars the tape a little bit and gets us moving. So anyway, everybody, remember, mark that on your charts at that time, and somebody in the chat put that in there as well. And so before I go, a couple names that people are thinking. Someone said my middle name could be Carl. Yeah. I mean,
if your name was no, if your middle name was Carl, no.
If it was Carl, you guys would bust on. The other one said it's cannoli. That's closer. Amaryllis. Cannolis. You're getting
very
there.
Italian of you.
Foliage. Yeah, I know. Cannoli, Carl. Carmine.
Carmine.
No,
is it Carmine? I could see that.
No. Anthony Carmine Crudele. I'm not East Coast.
Maybe.
Bro,
listen, they're just going to keep going. No one's going to get it. Just saying. All right. Carmelo. Yeah.
No. All right, you two. No. Can't wait for my invite to MIAX and to the New York Stock Exchange with Tanya. Looking forward to both of you guys reaching out to me.
We'll definitely head out.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Ladies, as usual, it's a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your day. Chat, great morning. See you all later. Support the girls. Get those likes and subscribes up. I'll see you all tomorrow.
All right. Bye, calamari. Are we doing another giveaway?
Calamari. Yeah, duh. We don't even have to.
Maybe Calzone is his middle name.
Calzone? Bro.
Just name everything that's Italian. What up, chat?
This is hilarious, bro. Chat, you guys, thanks for answering the question earlier with the song. Okay, so it's an old 1960s song, but it wasn't a commercial for a yogurt. Thing like Yo Play Light, someone said. We uncovered that. I don't know. We have to think about uncovering the mystery of Deli's middle name.
I don't take him to be a Charles Lee. Doesn't fit.
Hmm.
I put
know.
Charles in the same category as Craig and Carl.
Yeah, I don't know. I gotta think about it. I like cannoli.
Let me see. Hold on.
Cesaro. Camillo.
No, it's not Craig.
Costanzo. It's not Craig, you guys. Clemente? Maybe, I don't know.
It does start with a C though, so
We gotta keep just guessing.
yeah.
But yeah, chat, when we hit 500 likes, we'll do another giveaway. It's Giveaway Monday with Tanja and Salma.
Yeah,
'Cause we're the
buddy.
OGs.
Wow, market, the Russell is just nonstop.
Yeah. How was it on Friday? Trading Friday. It's a good action.
Dude, I don't even remember.
You were on Thursday, right? Here in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
And were
not
you also Friday afternoon? Were you on every day?
no, Thursday I did a double. I had midday and trade the close.
Wow.
That was a lot, yeah. Friday though I was off. Caviar, someone said. That sounds
Yeah.
bougie enough. That sounds bougie enough to suit Delhi. I like that.
I like it. Champagne is French, so we can't do that one. Champagne-o.
Corey and Cody? No.
Corey? I don't know.
No.
Cody?
No.
I don't see it either.
Mm-mm. Here we are, like 5 minutes later, still talking about his name. Hello, ladies. Did NQ close the gap? It did. It did close the gap. Chat, what do you guys think happens from here? Do we continue with the push or do we drop? I need to know you guys' opinion.
Yeah, you guys voted for the week ahead. I think they're talking about what's your feeling for your personal week ahead. Bullish, let's go 37%. Cautious after last week, 32%. Last week was a lot of back and forth, right? Like flip flop, snip snap, snip snap, snip snap. Yeah, Thursday, Friday recovery. Yeah, Wednesday was wild. The FOMC, we were on that for that together, and then there was a pop and then a drop back. I guess like Thursday, Friday earnings brought us back up. Now we're like back in near the high end of the range for ES. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I would at least like to see ES just fill its gap. But it's so strong.
Yeah, it is really strong.
I know this entry I've got here is just very risky. Yeah, Mike. Yep. War is off. That's why we're up.
That's what the
That's why we pushed.
what the newest news is. Okay. We have 10 a.m. news today. I think I'll see how we open, get a vibe check, and then I don't know, probably wait till
Vibe check.
Yeah. ISM manufacturing at 10 a.m. What animals did you see at the zoo?
Oh man, a lot. So we saw an elephant, a rhino, well, multiple rhinos, zebras, which was so cool. I don't think I've ever seen a zebra in real life.
Oh, zebras are black with white stripes.
Or are they white with black stripes?
No, they're black with white stripes.
That's who?
But they're saying.
And then I don't know how to say this animal name, okay? So please don't come for me for the way I'm pronouncing it. But okapi, it's like almost like the cousin of a zebra and a giraffe. It's crazy. You should look it up. OKAPI. I didn't even know this thing existed.
Yeah. Oh, wow, yeah. I think I've seen that one in The Lion King.
That was really cool. Saw some gorillas. Yeah, it was everything. Everything was.
Did you see Harambe?
No, unfortunately not. Justice for Harambe.
See lions?
Yeah, saw lions, saw tigers, saw a lot of stuff. The only thing I didn't get to see was a bear, which is a little bit foreshadowing because I'm in a bearish position. I didn't get to see a bear, and I didn't get to see the red panda bear either. Those were like the two things. It was too hot for them. Saw sea lions.
There are no bears.
No, they were inside. Yeah. But it was fun. Like it was just such a spontaneous, random, so random thing to do. And
they smell a lot like poop. Like that's the one thing.
Honestly, the smell was not too bad considering how hot it was on Saturday.
Okay.
It was actually pretty tolerable.
Yeah, I went to the beach that day, so
yeah. Like I thought
it
would be really what's it called? It's really smelly, but it was not.
Oh, that's good. Like it only is smelly mostly like the indoors. If like is there an indoor penguin?
I didn't see penguins, no, but there was like a lot of indoors, like what are they called? Shit. Sorry.
Puffin?
No, indoor like attractions, like the indoor those
enclosures.
Smelled. Yes, enclosures. There you go. Those were a little stinky, but everything else was good. No kangaroos. I did not get to see kangaroos. I'm not sure.
Australia for that.
Kangaroos in the Bronx. Let's see if they have them.
I don't think so. I don't know.
I didn't see them on signs.
I mean, we don't even have a panda there. So pandas in New York. It's only like the Smithsonian.
They have tree kangaroos, which are like tiny ones. Yeah.
Well. See any bulls? Someone asked. They're probably in longs.
They're funny. We got to ride the monorail. You chill for a little bit, and it takes you throughout like the whole zoo, and you get to see all the animals.
Oh yeah, that's the best part. I was gonna ask about that. I remember taking that when I was a kid, and I was like, "Oh, you don't have to walk the whole thing, did you?"
Oh, I mean, we walked a lot. It was a lot of walking. But the monorail was kind of just like, all right, let's go sit and chill and for like a couple minutes. We got to see these goats, or I don't even know what they really were, to be honest with you. They were in the tree. They were up, just hanging out in the middle of the air. Like they jump 6 feet high without like a running start. It's really cool. No, it's not a first date, QCap. That would be that. I don't think that would be a good first date. I don't think so.
It's probably a good first date. That's probably a good first date.
No, I don't want to go to the zoo for the first time with someone.
It's like you're not like face to face, so there's no pressure. You're just seeing things and talking about the other things.
Maybe, but I guess like, what if I get tired and I want to sit down, and they're gonna think I'm lazy? So
I guess you don't want to go hiking on the first date.
No, hell to the no, I do not. No. Nope. Yeah, I think it was a mountain goat, Viren. Those were cool. Those were really cool. But yeah, you should go, Tanya. I mean, it's right up in your alley.
Yeah, I've been meaning to go to Bronx Zoo. I've been there probably since I was like 5th grade.
You know what's crazy? Tanya, I kid you not. I have a picture from middle school when it was 5th grade when I went to the Bronx Zoo. I have a picture of like me and my friends sitting at like whatever, like the picnic tables at this one cafe, and I passed by and I'm like, "Oh my God, this is where we took the picture." It was
Aw,
a really nice full
full
circle moment.
circle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Love that. That's so
It was
cute.
pretty cool, yeah. Matt says, did you get 5 inches of rain? I don't know, but last night was so loud, the rain. I woke up like five
Oh,
different
really?
times at night because of
I think I
how
woke up
loud
at
it
like
was.
3 a.m. and I was like ready. I went to the bathroom. I was honestly ready to get ready for the show. And then I was like, oh, let me check because it's kind of dark outside. And it was 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Must have been the rain that woke me up.
No, so loud. Dude, what a nice drop. I think I wanna get out of this.
Almost
I'm
bent
out. I'm
in
out.
right
I'm
at the
out.
open.
I got out of that. It
Nice.
could do whatever it wants from here. Oh, it was a nice.
Nice little win right before the open.
Yeah. Yep.
But right at the open.
Also, sorry guys, I just hit my mic. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but my bad if it was bad. Yeah, no, that was a good exit, honestly.
Yeah, good exit.
It's like 22 points or something on ES. What part of the world are you ladies talking about rain? I'm in New Jersey, she's in New York. If I get rain, she most likely also gets rain. What was that? That was news. I think that dropped us. Iran has rejected the latest American offer to open the Strait of Hormuz until the complete end of the war. I mean, that's not really new.
Yeah.
I still would really like to see ES drop and start filling the gap. That's ultimately what I want to see.
Nasdaq's pretty weak. It's kind of crazy that YM was on a tear.
Mm-hmm.
Almost had back at all-time highs.
But like that's what we've been seeing for the MO for the last couple of months has been like YM up, NQ down, NQ up, YM down, basically working a little bit inverse of each other. So yeah, it was just a matter of ES deciding which it wanted to follow. Did it want to go down with NQ or did it want to go up with the Dow?
I like that we're below like all midnight open, 8:30 open, 9:30 open for Nasdaq and ES. You know, it's just it's below both midnight and 8:30, but 9:30 it's back above it. So you had a good exit there.
Yeah.
See here.
Well, that's
I
the
think
thing too, Tanya. Sometimes I take these pre-market trades and then I get like screwed right off the open. So today I wanted to just secure that real quick. Now I can chill out until 10 a.m. data comes out and then go from there.
good adjustment, yeah, based on the market recently.
For sure. GC, what a nasty rejection off of midnight open. Wow. How is your New York Stock Exchange visit? I know you've been like a few times.
It was good.
What day was that? Yes, Friday?
Friday. Yeah. That was good. You know what's funny? You know who else was visiting this New York
Who?
Stock Exchange that day? So
Oh,
random.
Jake Paul?
Yeah, Jake Paul. You saw?
Okay.
How did you know?
I saw someone posted a picture.
It's funny.
Yeah. You get to like see him or you
Yeah,
kind of
I mean, I saw him. Yeah, I mean, and basically, like, as I was leaving, he was going into the building, and then there's like guardrails, separating like in the middle of the street, like between the building entrance and like the public, and people were like immediately like swarming there and like taking pictures, and I was like, that's so weird.
That is so random for him to be there.
I know. Yeah, what a pop in ES just now. It's almost at that pre-market high.
Someone in chat said that they were there on Tuesday
Oh,
for the
that's so
bell
cool.
ringing.
Cool. The donk skis.
The Don's keys. I'm so happy I exited ES.
Oh yeah,
They literally just pumped right back to my entry.
done.
Now see if it rejects again. Movement's pretty wild.
I know. First 15-minute candle's kind of crazy in the NASDAQ too. We're right back at 9:30 open now in the NASDAQ as well.
Mihar says, Salma, we need RTY Alpha. We're the only 2 RTY traders in the world. Dude, if the Russell makes new lows here, then I would want to target a full gap fill, or at least to the midpoint.
Microsoft up 4%, Amazon up almost 5%. Wow. I wonder we Google up 3.7%, Meta's up 2.8.
Everything is up except Apple.
And the semis too. Yeah. Oh yeah, Apple for the big ones. Yeah.
Chat, no pressure, but the like button looks a little lonely today. So if you wanna smash that like button, now's your chance.
Smash it.
Bro, as told by Greg, no, you did not. The reason someone in chat saying that they put me on to the Russell. The reason why I even started looking at the Russell is all thanks to Delhi. I think it was at like the beginning of the year. He kept mentioning the Russell over and over again in the morning show. And I'm like, okay, why don't I just take a look at this? And
So
then,
who was it, Kelly?
yeah, I would credit it to Delhi. If it weren't for him, I would have never even thought to look at it, honestly. Delhi and his morning commentary.
Oh, look at that. We're at 403 likes. When we get to 500, we'll be doing a giveaway out of the people that are subscribed to the NinjaTrader newsletter.
Sheesh, ES new highs.
Yeah, ES just took overnight highs. It's very wild. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to touch this. This is scary.
Yeah.
See, look at that. Delhi put me on, and then I went ahead and put somebody else on. 459 says, credit to Salma for me. Never traded it before her.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cute. Yeah, we just like straight up went past that.
Yeah,
We'll
this
close
is
back above.
wild.
Yeah, that pump on the NASDAQ was insane at 932. Like 88 points in 1 minute. Popped straight back up past this guy.
Russell rejecting here. Gold knifing. What is going on? What is happening?
It's just a wild 15-minute candle there. All right.
Sheesh.
I want to know, have you ever seen the
The
rain
Rain. That's a great song.
coming down on a cloudy day? Yeah, I played that this morning.
Yeah, that's a great song.
My
Now you make me want to
wake up.
listen to it. And I want to know.
Keep going.
No, because they're gonna clip me, and I'm not giving them that kind of content.
We almost got Salma to sing.
No, guys, I don't have a good singing voice. If I did, then yeah, I would. So really, I'm doing you guys a favor. Salma looks a bit like Tanya. Okay.
Wow, because we're both wearing ponytails.
I've got a bun, but yeah, close enough.
There we go.
Tanya, I'm listening to it now. Thanks. What, do you use Spotify or Apple Music?
Spotify.
Ooh, do I have a playlist for you?
Mm,
Cat knows. I
put me
share
on.
my playlist with chat.
You've shared your playlist with the chat. Wow.
Yeah, they know. Jim knows. Jim listens to my playlist.
Chat,
You're
wouldn't it be funny
too
if we just
happy
took
today?
everything out back to the bottom now? After I've written down on my notebook. Okay, first, thank you, Crudele. It's the first trading day of the month. With 10 a.m. news, and I also wrote my usual: don't enter unless people get screwed over. So, and there are definitely people that were short versus those pre-market highs. Or they've had their stops at pre-market lows. So I'm still kind of neutral. This 15 minutes just wild and
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. I would just give this a little bit of time to settle
yeah.
down a bit. There you go, Tanya. Not Tanya. Tracy saying 9:45 data's coming up. A lot going on. Talking about Spotify, could you guys give feedback on my first track? I'll listen to it. I'll add it to my likes so I can listen to it later. Wait, I don't see it. Hold on. Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah, news in 3 minutes. I mean, for NASDAQ, I think that we'd have to get back below 930 open for me to want to get back bearish. Let's see what happens. Will be nice, yeah, to close below like 378s. Yeah, below 930 open as well. See
I
what
like the reject that we're seeing here on the Russell. Just means that we're still keeping the whole lower highs thing that we've been doing for the past, I don't know, 2 weeks, or I'm sorry, almost like a month.
Mhm.
And to reject from here would be great. So far, so good. Obviously, if we have a 4-hour candle close above 2970 on the Russell, then this whole thing that you guys see in front of you is just gonna get invalidated. We'll break out of the downward trend, and yeah, could potentially go back up to previous week high and even higher. It's all up to the data now, though. Let's see, chat.
Let's see where we up to on the likes. Yeah, what,
442.
442.
Tell them
close.
to like it up.
Thanks, user US3. What's up? My regular George C. What's up? Saying that you're thinking it should be a bad report, so that's bullish, putting pressure on Warsh not to hike. I mean, we'll see. Here it is. It's popping off right here. It's like pretty much around what it was forecasted. Okay.
No reaction on the Dow. No real reaction on the Russell either.
Omiskov, Salma trades ES. I also trade ES too.
Oh, I don't touch NQ, my friend. I trade everything else though. Robert, don't rule this out as garbage price action when the market's only been open for 16 minutes, right? Just give it a little bit of time. Give it until 10 a.m. Let 10 a.m. data be out of the way and then judge for yourself. Well, SR, what does that mean? End of the day earnings.
Oh, Nasdaq did hold up at 9:30 open. Wait, who has earnings today?
Well, I didn't understand his question. He said, quick side question, how much do you take end of day earnings into consideration when deciding on your daily buys?
Oh,
I don't know what that means.
not so much unless unless we've been moving choppy back and forth, and then I'll probably think, okay, if we're anticipating earnings after hours, then could also not be clean during the day that day.
Yeah, I feel like that only really matters when it's like Mag 7 names reporting.
Yeah, exactly.
Like last week.
Yeah, last week. I don't know about this week. I don't think we have much.
I'll tell you right now what we have. We do have Palantir after the bell today. Tomorrow we have AMD SpaceX. Wednesday, SanDisk and App. And then Thursday, Airbnb, which nothing too crazy there. DraftKings as well. And that's it. That's really it for the week. The important names. Oh, we also have tomorrow morning. Pfizer, Caterpillar, and McDonald's all report pre-market.
Yeah. Okay. So AMD tomorrow after the close.
After the bell, yeah. AMD SpaceX, that's probably going to be a pretty big one.
Yes.
Pretty big one.
SpaceX already has earnings.
See what happens. Cat will move the Dow, yes, dividend cake. So for anyone who trades the Dow as religiously as the dividend cake, Caterpillar is pretty huge. Let me see, what's the weight of Caterpillar in the Dow? 1 second. I'm trying to find it. No, I can't. Oh, 9%. It's weighted 9%. That's pretty large. I think it's the second largest after GS. Yep. This is great. I gotta pop in some music all the time, Tanya. Thanks to your singing for reminding me.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, now it's like starting to look stronger.
I'd want to see NQ above like weekly open to be convinced on that move higher.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I can't believe ES strength right now.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. How much have we moved so far? We gapped up on ES. We barely didn't fill a gap. We moved up like 30 points today only. So let's see on NASDAQ. Still an inside day on NASDAQ. We only moved 386 points so far. ATR is 708. Okay.
Salma trying to rage bait ES to short. I mean, Glenn, this is still the area that I would want to see sellers step in. It still looks good for that. But I'm not getting in the way of this, especially 8 minutes before data. The data that can actually really move us, right?
Yeah, 10 a.m. news.
Yeah, just rather wait.
What am I thinking about? Yeah, ES, the daily. ATR for ES about 104. Okay.
How much have we moved?
Only like 37 points
Oh,
from like
wow.
the Sunday open. Yeah. Not including like gap ups.
Yeah.
Oh, well, now, yeah, NASDAQ is pretty flat today because, even though we talked about all those big names being up, you have AMD down 3% and ARM is down 5%, Micron's down 4%, NVIDIA's down 0.5%. Okay.
Chat, how are we doing on those likes? We're so close, yet so far away. But sorry, Tanya, what were you saying?
I'm saying, like NASDAQ's been consolidating, but still holding pretty strong, above 930 open, above 830 open. I think we could probably catch up. Yeah, I'm gonna wait till 10 a.m. open, and then I'll mark out where we open, and I'll see what we do from there. But I'm at the moment more inclined to like want a long NASDAQ. We'll see. long as it holds above 930.
Play as what? The catch-up trade?
Yeah, back to like previous day high or overnight highs.
Nice. Dow all-time high this week. I mean, we're so close. They might as well do it. See, how far are we from? Yeah, we're really close to all-time highs on the Dow.
Good closure on the last 5 minutes on NASDAQ. Let's see if we fall through.
Sheesh, Russell's ripping here.
We're right at the weekly open now for NASDAQ.
Yep.
Yeah, Russell stronger than the Dow now. It's above new highs of the day. Cool.
Yeah. Dow still hasn't made new highs yet. Well, I mean, hold on. Yeah. Hasn't taken out the 9 a.m. highs. Wow. Boy, oh boy, am I glad I got out of those shorts.
Looks good. NASDAQ now above weekly open.
You got a minute left till data.
Probably just gonna fly.
You
What is
think?
it? Yeah. PMI. In 2 minutes.
This is crazy.
All right, let's find out. Here's 10 a.m. 10 a.m. open. Let's see. Oh, actually, we're not popping off straight away, so maybe we'll actually get a retracement.
Dow's still lagging behind.
Trying to figure out an appropriate stop, but I'll wait a little bit more. It didn't retrace enough for me. Yeah.
Tracy says employment stronger than expected. Prices paid fell. Wait, what? Oh, prices paid fell. Stronger employment, softer inflation. Interesting.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay, so then that's actually good for the economy, which means that they then would want to raise rates, and that could take us lower again. We'll see. Just gonna kind of follow the charts here. We're back at weekly open for for NASDAQ.
What level are you looking at?
Oh, we're at weekly open for the NASDAQ. I actually don't mind that. We just popped bounce on that like a lot. Hmm. Now we're back below. All right, I'm not getting in longs unless we get back above weekly open. Then I think like that would be I would put my stop in the last like low created. Otherwise, I feel like we could actually, if we remain heavy, lower.
Yeah, we gotta also remember it's the first of the month. A lot of weird shenanigans can happen. So it's good that you want to wait.
Yeah. We'll see what this next candle does, chat. I wanna know. Seems brain. Robert digital artists, you also see that they can yank it back down. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Still, I've got nothing here, guys. Even to long this, we haven't really gotten a decent pullback.
I'm gonna try longs here versus that low. Feel like that was, we're back above the weekly open. Let me just fix this. Yeah, weekly open is here. I'm gonna put my stop here. Just the last swing low. I'm gonna see us hold weekly open, last swing low. We just closed above, made some inversions. And I would like to go to previous day high, 725s. You might actually have a little bit too tight of a stop there. I'm gonna put it under this guy here for now. Let's see. Yeah. All right, I want that to be the last swing low. I feel like that should be it. The reason why I just like moved it because I was like, oh, there's a 5-minute fair value gap. I was like on the 5-minute, like I literally have my stop inside of a fair value gap, and that's a swing low within it. So, I could definitely get stopped out there, and I'm glad I moved it temporarily. So,
I don't think we can see your position.
no,
I see your trading view.
really.
Yeah.
Did I just change? Did I just put my? Really? Let's see. Where's the screen thing?
I don't think you're logged in on trading view if that's what you're trying to show.
No, one sec.
Oh, thanks, guys. Sorry
Oh.
that you had to hear me sneeze. My bad.
Oh, okay. I think I just did the app and not my whole screen. I'm gonna reshare it. One sec. Oh, that should work now.
Yeah, that shows. There you
Okay.
go. Nada, do I think the gap in ES is still in play this morning? I mean, there's been no signs of a reversal up here on ES ever since we've had the data candles. I would say just wait. There's no need to force a short trade without a setup. That's why I'm kind of just sitting back here and watching. Even for me, for longs, I haven't seen ES pull back enough for me to get long.
All right. Midnight open is 66. Okay. I just like this on the 5. Be nice if the next 5-minute candle closes above 590s for NASDAQ.
Russell's non-stop here. That thing is going.
NVIDIA is now up 2%, so it was down 0.5 this morning. Like 15 minutes ago, now we're up 2%. That's a good sign for my longs. Let's see.
Cool. I can announce, guys, we have a winner for the giveaway. The winner is Peter Aguilar Trades. I hope I said that right. They will put the username in chat. You are our winner for today's first giveaway.
Woohoo!
Second giveaway will be rolled at 1,000 likes. We have 1,500 of you watching. I think another 500 people liking is very, very doable. Guys, it's really good pieces of merch that they give out. You want this.
Let's go.
There you go, Peter. I'm sorry if I butchered your name, but congratulations on winning. Bro, Anthony, dead. When is NT gonna just let me buy a hat? Who knows?
I don't know. It's special.
Maybe in
right
the
now. Nope, not
future.
everybody can do it. Maybe in the future, yeah. NASDAQ, don't be sloppy on me now. back at we're right at weekly open right now for NASDAQ. I wanna know, can you pump back up NASDAQ? Yes is doing the thing, so it looks good.
Thank you, chat.
All right, there's nothing I can do except just wait.
They're holding on to this weekly open, monthly open pretty nicely, though.
Yeah.
It's
All
looking
right, that's
promising.
nice. Nice pop. Nice. Let's go, Nazi. Now's the time. Boom, 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 boom. Bum, 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 bum.
Thank you, ladies, for hanging out. No, thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you all for tuning in. We're here every single Monday, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, doing giveaways and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Right now, this 15-minute candle is still inside the last one for NASDAQ. Still got 12 minutes left, but I'm thinking we bounced on weekly open. Don't really want us to retrace much more than that anymore. I'm probably going to put my stop at the last low. Move my stop up soon. Yep.
Oh, yes, it's crazy right now. Guys, I literally sold the low. I am. Thank goodness.
You covered at the low. Yeah, perfect.
I got no words other than thank you, God. Well, we're approaching 7,600 area where we have previously, popped above, failed, and come right back down. Or is this finally the time where we end up making new highs?
Yes, everything's looking pretty good. We held that like the low that we made at 9:30, held 9:30 open earlier before the news popped up. Held the retracement. Let's see. New high of day for NASDAQ. Woo, let's see it. More. Like expecting this 15-minute candle to be green and taking out more highs. We got 10 minutes left of it. So let's see. Looking good. 2-minute looks good. I kind of like the 2-minute. Yeah, kind of like the 2-minute here. Nice wicks. So essentially earlier I'd taken a long looking at like the 5-minute, or I think I was looking at the 3-minute, and I was like, okay, this is good because it is retracing and it had a little wick back up, back above weekly open. But then like as we were within this candle and coming down, I was like, oh well, this is a 5-minute fair value gap between 9:55 a.m. between 5:25 and 5:34. So I'm gonna just I lowered my stop just to this 5-minute candle low at 10 a.m. During this retracement. It wasn't moving at the stop too much, like 10, 15 points. So it's not too bad. And then, as we made that wick within this, I was like, okay, I'm gonna just put it at the wick that it currently made. And I think that should be enough. And it shouldn't need to retrace anymore. So anyway, let's see if this next 15-minute candle is nice and bright and green. So far, so good, right? Looks promising. We're approaching midnight open soon. I'll probably take like a couple partials. As we get to like midnight open or like around this area. But I do like think that we'll, Nasdaq still is inside day. So I think that we will get to previous day high. I don't think I'm asking for too much there. But it's just, it's healthy to take some profit off the table. Because then you could actually hold retracements much easier. So anyway, let's see. I wanna know if you've ever seen the rain. When someone wants a coin. Oh, the NinjaTrader coin. I have the coin. Where is it? Behind me. You mean this guy? The Chicago skyline? Not the Miami skyline. Chicago. All right, we're starting to see some nice price action. Yeah, this 15-minute, just seeing this develop makes me want to hold pretty strong. I want to know, have you ever seen the rain? Let's tap that midnight open at 669s. Okay, I took the partial there. I do think we should probably start flying more.
Sorry about that. We are back.
Back.
I had my headphones in and all I could hear is Tanya singing, I want to know.
If you ever seen the rain.
It's a really great song.
Robert Digital Artist, I basically was like hovering my hand over like the sell bid button as it was wicking or approaching midnight open. That's what I did. Right now we actually are wicking that.
This is wild. It's nonstop pump. This is one of those days where Jack's counting doesn't work. You hit the 25-minute mark and they just continue going up and up and up.
Well, like from the 5-minute, we kind of just started again up at 10:05. So yeah, maybe 10:30 is the local top. I don't know. Just know that I don't really love that wick at midnight open. Let's see in the next few minutes if we get back above 680s. We're good.
You said you took partials, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great. Midnight open, good area.
Now we're back at midnight open. We might pump here. See. We get past it. Let's see. I'm actually going to take one more partial here. Might like retrace a lot. That's why.
Yeah, Russell's starting to reject previous week high here. Just slightly, nothing too crazy.
$15-minute holding strong right now. It would be great if the 15-minute could close above midnight open. That would be lovely. Back up, back up. Nope. Oh. 1 minute left in this 15-minute candle. I'm like just watching it.
Yeah. Very strong. 15, 30. Great trade. Great catch-up trade.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Salma shorted before the open and banked on right there, the drop during like 9:30. And then we bank on the reversal. Let's go.
There you go. Someone said I should have hit the reverse button instead of the flatten button. Should have reversed it. But now fat, chat. It's too bad. I didn't believe.
Let's see now. Can we get to those overnight highs? We're very close to it. And 700 is a nice number. Nice round number.
I can see us, if NQ continues with this momentum, I can see us hitting previous week high at 63. 763.
Yeah, I have that marked out as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's 100 points. That's nothing for NQ.
I know. Oh, hit the like button in chat. Maybe we can get to a second giveaway.
Yeah, that would be sick. Well, I think we did that only one other time. There's no way we have almost 1,600 people watching and we can't get 1,000 likes.
I'll run the money gun too.
Yeah, let's go. Convince them with the money gun. Chat, you got 2 great trades given out on live. We did 1 giveaway so far. Well, what more do we need to do? Don't answer that, actually. Never mind.
Handstand, backflips.
Can you do either one of those?
No. No.
Me neither. A duet would be cool. Yeah, no, Yoda. I'm good. Yeah, the bear raider. Raider or whatever. As soon as I said it, I'm like,
You didn't see bears at the zoo. That was the telltale sign.
Yeah, should have went long, dude.
There were no bears at the zoo. We're approaching 700 soon.
It's
Chat, who
7,600.
took longs this morning? Let me know.
7,600 acting as a little wall.
Oh wow, did we hit that? Yeah.
To the T, like not even an extra tick
Uh-oh.
above. 7,600 flat. Well, everybody caught longs.
Sick.
Yeah. Sheesh Salma. Sheesh Salma what? What'd I do? What do you do as a hobby apart from trading in a day? Curious as I find it hard to part the charts and do anything else. I don't know. I go to the gym. I do that every day. That's my hobby.
I'm trying to get better at golf. I'm trying. That's my hobby. And play instruments.
Both very expensive hobbies.
I go to the I wouldn't say that's my hobby. I don't go to the gym unless I have to. I only go because I pay for my personal trainer, and otherwise I wouldn't go. Being real.
No, but that's good though. Like you paying for a personal trader. See, guys, I can't even get trading out of my mind.
Trader.
You paying for a personal trainer is good though because it holds you accountable and kind of forces you to go because you're spending that money regardless whether you go or not.
Yeah.
So that's good though, as long as it gets you
We're
to
past
show
those
up.
700s. Yeah. I know, right? That's because yeah, it's like I'm paying someone to be accountable.
Yeah.
The 600, we're at the 700s for NASDAQ. Let's see if ES can make a new high. See if ES can get past 7,600. That would look good for me.
Dow is starting to turn here a bit. Someone in chat just pointed that out. Just a slight bit.
Going past that now. We're going past those highs, the 700s on NASDAQ. That looks good. See if ES can pop past 7,600. Hit that like button. Got bangers on the stream today.
Banger. Always another trade, so now I wait. Yeah, I'm with you on that. That's my mindset right now.
We're so close. Let's see, chat. Previous day high. So close. 4 points away. See, it started the next 15-minute candle. That's good. There's 5 minutes left of that. I'm holding. Let's go. TP hit, chat. W.
Let's freaking go.
Woo! Hit that
Nice
like button.
trade, Tanya.
Pat yourself on the back if you also took longs today and held for previous day high. Good hold.
You promised a money gun.
I said if we got to 1,000 likes.
Chat, pump up those numbers.
We get to 1,000 likes, we'll do that. Has to be worth it. The cleanup.
That cleanup must be so annoying.
Awesome. Killer session.
Getting greedy on these likes. Hey, Cooper, if you don't get your burner account up and running, thumb us up.
We have to get the most likes out of everyone. Didn't you get it?
We're kind of pretty close though. We're only 300 away.
True.
We still have 20 minutes left. Chat, you guys might surprise us. Plus, take advantage of the giveaway while, it's still
While
here
it lasts.
happening. Yeah. We don't even know how long this is going to be going for, so we can't even give you guys a forewarning. But that was
Thanks,
great.
Jamie. Thank you. Thomas Gaines 9015. Woohoo. See if we hit that previous weekly high of 763s. Well, we might. Nasdaq's on a tear. I think we're only up 1% so far today. Good. I just wanted to go for a previous day high. That's good. There was at least a 2R there.
What's the tool that people use to measure their risk to reward?
The long or
like
short tool.
The long or short.
Mm-hmm. What's up, Robert? Thanks.
Interesting.
You gotta put on some karaoke now. We gotta do. We are the champions, my friends. Can we play that one?
If you give them a minute, they will.
Good. I'm glad I got out of my trade right now. Dropped about 20 points from there. Cool. We are the champions. It was actually pretty clean Monday. Cleaner than usual.
Cleaner than usual is the key, yeah.
Well,
My friend.
here we go.
Keep on fighting.
Till the end.
This is like you ever watch those videos, Tanya, where they play like a quick 1 second clip of a song and you have to guess it based off of the beat or the first instrument?
Yes.
This is what that feels like
game
right now.
shows. I said Joe Tagle, I will bring the money gun out if we get to 1,000 likes. That's how we make the cleanup worth it for me. It's everywhere. And also it's a win for the chat, then get another giveaway. Larry Pumpkin, I'm glad that my patience has rubbed off on you guys as well.
Name that tune, yes. By the way, tell Violet I say hello. Fly it here.
Total eclipse of the heart.
That's a great song too.
Oh, thank you, Elvis Fernando. Bom dia.
I'm gonna try a small short here on the Russell. Very small. Don't make me regret this. The Hans, you got to be here at 9 a.m. Eastern time every single Monday. I'm ruining your long. I'm sorry. My apologies. But it had to happen. It had to be done. Just trying to trade what I see here, guys. Rejection of previous week high, almost like a doji-like candle here on the 15 at the highs. We also have 13 minutes till the hourly closes. I would like to see that hourly close within my supply zone here if this is to be respected. So just a lot lining up here all at once. I'm liking. I'm not going for too big of a gain, maybe like 10 points or so. Just quick little scalp.
Little scalpy scalp.
Little scalpy scalp, even though I don't really scalp. I'm not much of a great scalper, but let's see. I love how NQ like finally found its footing and has been catching a lot of steam. It's almost like a little bit stronger than ES here in the way they're moving. Oh wow, it actually even the percentage wise, it overtook ES. It's up 1.15%, ES only up 1.8.
Wow. So Nasdaq really did catch up. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great trade on your end, Tanya, for a catch-up trade.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was like really tempted to take it before 10 a.m. and like when we were consolidating there and almost did when we bounced on that 9:30 and nah, that's fine. I'm happy with my analysis and like still got in later and still made money. Just got to be patient and not chase the top of candles. Yeah, Nasdaq back up,
Back on its BS.
back above previous day high. At the
Can I
moment,
get a rejection? How's that long doing? I don't know. I wouldn't know. I would not know. Oh, short. It's, I mean, just give it some time. Be
thanks,
patient.
bro. Someone's name says is Roadkill Bambi. Says gave you a like. Let's go. Nasdaq was able to pump. Let's pump those legs. Exactly. That's a wild name, bro.
Heat. Thank you. Hope you had a great weekend as well. Robert Digital says Salma don't hold shorts. I mean, to me, this is worth taking a stab at, guys. It's really NQ that's pushing us up here. You got the Dow trying to curl over. Once again, ES has stalled here at the highs at 7,600. And the Russell is just trying to figure out what it wants to do next. Yeah, NQ is being annoying once again. Who would have thought? Not me. You guys know that meme?
Oh yeah. The Paul Rudd meme. Paul Rudd on Hot Ones.
All right, this thing is. There's NQ about to tap into previous week high here.
Mm-hmm. That's, yep. And there it hit it.
There you go. That was the level we spoke about a little earlier.
Yep.
What's
Congrats if you held
100
on to
points?
that, chat.
What is 100 points to NQ? Literally nothing. Thomas says Salma's key levels indicator for the win. Yes, sir. You should all have these key levels on your charts every day.
All day, every day. I'm gonna rock and roll all night. Party every day. Cat's thoughts. Oh, yeah, that's great. Yeah, Farm did discuss. Yeah, I watched a little bit of the Sunday. The Sunday Open. Pax was there. Craig, Farm, Blake.
Yoda, nice job. He says just got into Russell shorts already in profit. Nice.
Oh, cool.
Thanks for the guidance, ladies. I had a profitable morning and have logged out with the win. Nice
Oh,
job,
great.
Jim.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I'm gonna do that too. I'm gonna log in.
Lock it out.
And
Lock it out.
Lock out. A word.
Lock it out. You see why I hate the NASDAQ, Tanya? Just be on some bullshit.
I mean, it's nice if you're long.
No, it really is on some bullshit.
It's nice if you're long. I think people that are long would disagree. They would be like, this is why I love the NASDAQ.
Even if you're long, you would have to still agree that NQ really is on some BS right now.
We got like 140 points longs today. It was great.
Yeah, that was an awesome trade.
Let's see. Yeah, and if you guys want to know what we're talking about with the lockouts and risk settings, I made a tutorial video it's on X and it's on Instagram. But essentially log into the web app of NinjaTrader or Tradeovate or on their mobile phone, and you can log into your prop firm account using your prop firm credentials. And then if you click like a blue lock button that says manual lockout, you can set a time custom to lock yourself out of your trading accounts. So then, and you can do it per account. So if I have like 5 accounts, I can just lock myself out of one and trade the rest, let's say. And not only that, you could also put risk settings so that if you hit a daily loss limit that you set yourself, that it closes your position, locks you out, and also daily profit. The best part is actually you can lock your risk settings so that you can't go back in and change them back. Some people told me that that's new right now. That's the newest feature. So you can go in and click prevent changes. And I've heard a lot of good feedback from people saying like, oh yeah, I'm the type to, get carried away and want to trade more and then change the risk settings I set myself. So if you set it with a clear head in the beginning of the day, and then you actually follow the rules. You actually don't need the willpower if you set it in the beginning of the day. Make it easy for yourself.
It's also great to use on Fridays, guys. So you ensure you're not ruining your weekend. All
Oh my
right,
God.
looks like I'm about to get stopped out. Done. $70 L there. Shame.
Wait, it's also in the NT desktop app. I want to make another tutorial. Oh my God, that changes. That's awesome, bro. I'm definitely going to do that. Makes it even easier. Yeah. Russell. You took only a small position.
Yeah, small
good.
loss. I mean, it was worth it, in my opinion. I would have taken that any day of the week. Yeah, it just seems like NQ found legs, and it's just been pushing everything higher.
Yeah. I was essentially looking at in the morning, Nvidia was down and like a lot of the semis and chip names were down. So when I saw that Nvidia started to perk up a lot, like pump, then I was like, okay, then the longs are starting to look good because what was weak and holding the market down is starting to perk up. Yeah, AMD was down like what 4% or so. Now it's up 2% as well. Micron is now flat on the day. Nvidia's almost up 3. It's still kind of a big move. Nice to hear that, Robert.
Interested to hear Jack's take on this. What he does when we're just pushing and his timing thing isn't something he can rely on. And just like that, I
Speak of
summoned
them.
Jack. Holy shit.
What's the question?
It's on a day like today where we're just pump. What happens to your method where you're like looking at like 25 minutes?
All right, so like if I'm in a long position or what?
Yeah, if you're in a long position or if you're waiting to see what happens at the 25-minute mark so you can get into a potential short, for example.
Yeah, so I mean, like we're clearly trending up on like most of the indexes here. I have limits in the Russell, in the Dow, they're below us. A couple of the things I look for, like in an uptrend, is if we can get, 4 or 5 consecutive bars of selling into my support zone. So I don't know if that's what's going to play out like that. Like I got this limit down here in the Russell. I don't know if it's going to trade as long as we move up. This limit will move up too. But like the Dow here, I really, we've already sold off. Let's see, let me just make this a little bigger here, but you can see this first sell off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we got like a little bit of a bounce. This is 1, 2, 3. If we go 4, 5 down in here, like I'm going to feel great about it. But like once we start breaking down, like let's say you had a support here and that was like only the second 5-minute bar, I prefer to just, like I said, see that selling exhaustion. Now it looks like this support level here, we're not really going anywhere. I don't know if it holds or not, but you can see it really didn't stop until we got into that 5th bar. So, even on this high here, even though it's pre-market, it's a little weird, but this is the first bar selling here and it's 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that 5th bar is kind of the exhaustion move down. So that's one way I look at it with my limits below. And then same thing when I'm in a trade, counting how long it is to the open. Today is definitely one of those days that if you got in a long early, and you were holding it after 25 minutes, it's probably going your way and maybe you want to hold it longer. So that's just kind of how I look at it.
Okay, gotcha.
You get longs today?
I just started trading.
What about you, Nick?
No, I have not done anything yet. I was looking for longs last night. My charts are still reloading here. We had talked about this last night. Stowe and I and XY were on, and we're talking about this. It was eerily similar to the previous Sunday open where we gapped up, eventually filled the gap, and then it just kind of had that same kind of feel. So we were talking about there's a likelihood we probably will fill that short little gap that was sitting there. And then where we're kind of sitting, especially on ES, it just kind of pointed to, we just tested the lows and the market decided it didn't want to go any lower. So after probing down there last week, I'm kind of been leaning to the long side, at least for the start of this week. And that will continue. So far, so good. But I haven't taken any trades. I got to the desk late this morning, was hanging out with the fam. How'd you guys do?
Pretty sick.
You're good.
Alma was a short pre-market and covered right at 9:30 open, and then I took longs at like 10:05-ish, and then held
Nice.
to previous day high at 7:25s.
And I just tried to short here, small short right before you guys hopped on. Just got stopped out on that. So I'm 1-1 for the day.
It's sick.
1-1.
I like it.
Yeah, I missed the Sunday night trade. I was at Lollapalooza last night, so
Yo,
no trading for me.
that
I'm a little tired this morning.
you could have went and met up with Pax, dude.
I know. I made dinner plans with him on Wednesday, but I texted him. I was like, can't make it.
Pax a
Jack,
big
go-
Lala guy?
Pax's kids were there, so I was partying with Pax's
Oh,
children.
nice.
No, I don't
Were you
know what they
actually
look-
with them?
No, I don't know what
Oh.
they look like.
Oh, about to say that's crazy.
I wonder if I'm closer in their age or his age. Probably his age.
He's got older kids though.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I know he's got it. He's got 5 of them, so it's a big spread.
Yeah.
The man is busy.
All right. Well, on that note, we're gonna get on out of here, guys. Good luck, Tanya. It's been real.
Good luck, good trading, and see you next time, chat.
Yep. See you guys.
Later, ladies.
Later,
See you
friends.
asleep.
I will see you tonight, Salma. Jack, what is
Hey,
going on,
dude.
my friend?
I'm just getting warmed up. Honestly, Mondays is just like probably my least favorite day of the week to trade. I always start late. I'm just
No,
like,
but-
what to say? Sunday night, I'd rather trade Sunday night than Monday morning any day.
I feel you.
I like to move into the gap as opposed to trading the gap. And almost all Sundays, especially lately, have been pretty active considering we're going into the weekends with the, we're going to, bomb the shit out of you. And then we're coming out of the weekend with, we figured it out. We're delaying it. So, there's just hedges getting put on into the weekend and then they're getting taken off.
Yep.
And the gaps are huge, man. If you got some cojones and you want to just fade that theory over the weekend, like whether it's short in oil or long in the indexes, as opposed to, because that's, it's literally, people have to put on hedges. And then Sunday night opens, the world still spins, the hedges come off, and you got a 5% move here in oil, $4 plus to the downside here. But yep, we'll see if I can get this. I got a limit of the Dow at 53,145, but that's about all I'm
building
waiting right now.
A nice little note up here in NQ, where if we failed, you could get a decent move back inside of almost 100 points back towards the Ebby high and overnight high sitting there around 700s. But we'll see. This is turning into, it happened way faster than I would expect, but the slow Monday tape sometimes that if I don't get along earlier, I don't get a trade. I just have to sit and watch or just say, you know what, today's not my day to really place a trade.
Yeah.
And especially Jack coming back from, or I guess not coming back from, but returning from Lala. It just reminds me of having, because obviously, Jack, I used to live in Southern California because I'm from there, but
yeah,
it was the logic of going. I'm not a Coachella guy, never will, never have been, and don't care enough to go, but was a big Stagecoach guy. And several times in my 20s, it was going to that festival all weekend and then showing up back into the office Monday morning at 7:30 and probably feeling very similar or probably worse than you felt right now, and then having to go work for somebody else too.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't imagine doing that. That would stink.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it's so close. I literally walked home last night. It took me a half an hour to walk home, but getting out of trying to get an Uber with 100,000 people, or I could have took the train. But I mean, 30 minutes really isn't a bad walk.
That's not a bad walk.
Yeah. So,
Chat, good morning. How is everybody doing? Haven't had a chance to say hello to everybody.
what's up, TT? I don't know what the markets are going to do. I never know, but I do know I'm about to get long the YM. I got a limit at 53,145. I was thinking about this last night. We're kind of in these like low trust markets where there's really no catalyst that is driving us either way outside of positioning. So it's like it just doesn't seem like there's something really wanting to take us higher, and there's not something that's really wanting to take us lower. We're getting these big moves like either way, and then they're just getting reversed for whatever. I mean, it could be, even last week on Wednesday, that crazy move post FOMC, then it comes out that Leopold Arsha-Brenner has been liquidated on his entire portfolio straight back to the downside. Friday's action was totally crazy. Like, we're in a really interesting market where the moves are getting retraced, they're getting reversed. It's like active higher time frame reversals intraday. I don't have like a really strong bias to either direction. You almost can't come into the market with like this is where we're going. You really just got to be very reactive to the price action.
Right. Good morning, Stowe. Is that a Seiko? No, this is a Casio watch.
Me too.
I've given up. I've given up I never was a watch guy, but having a daughter that demands sometimes you taking it off and letting her hold it for 5 seconds, and then sometimes she throws it, led me to say, I'm just going to wear $20 Casio watches or my Garmin when, that thing has Gorilla Glass. But everything else, I just leave in the drawer. I'm not a flashy guy as it is. So I'm good with a $20 watch that apparently will survive a nuclear apocalypse and probably still function. So
you love that. I'm also wearing a Casio. I the first Rolex I ever bought, I just gave my brother as a wedding gift because I don't wear it anymore. I was like, it's like goes against, I guess, my Italian roots to not want to wear any sort of jewelry as a guy, but I've just never been a big watch, bracelet, necklace kind of guy. Only at Stagecoach, huh?
I mean, I'll throw the cowboy hat there.
Oh yeah. Let's go. Nick in full costume. We don't wear the Bucky's costume to Stagecoach, do you?
No, it's just a different vibe. I saved that for our streams. It's over there in the corner. I'm going to be, I think, committing to a new office setup starting on Thursday when I get off stream. So
nice.
I'm trying to flip the desk, take the TV off the mount, and start patching a wall and probably painting it maybe the following week. But
all right, I just picked up that YM limit I referred to here, so we'll see. Not push through it here, just bottom of the range, and I am sized up in this because it is a higher read here on my scan. So let's see if we can push off this level. But yeah, stop 1.5 ATR, which is 85 points right now. First target is the same. My final target's a bit of a stretch. I don't know if we're going to get all the way up there. I'm just going to move that down to the top of the range for the time being. But so far, ticking that low. I'm going to move this I'll put this here for now. I think you guys can see that.
I really want to short this right now.
Which market? NASDAQ?
Yeah, I'm kind of watching this little node and us failing the second attempt there. I don't know. What is ES doing before I get too excited? What is ES?
I could see us easily coming back down to 28,600 here. I'm not interested in long in the NQ up here at all.
This would be morely like this is their pure like structure rotational trade, not like I'm trying to suddenly get bearish after coming in hot saying I'm looking for longs this week. But just, I mean, this is a pretty simple, you look at just the volume profile today. Like you fail this big old node that's now the point of control up here, you got a lot of structure to go and a lot of these little distributions that we could go tag. So you're suddenly wondering like why we look to fade this? Well, that would be kind of why. Got all this MGI clustered kind of down here around what Jack was just saying, 600. So could see it. That's where the overnight pretty much stalled to start us off.
Okay, interesting. Okay, you got some MGI down there. I that's what I refer to as my upper mid, which is yesterday's middle to today's high divided by 2. That makes sense. So it's like I basically I refer to as the upper 25% of the range. But yeah, GH, you said you got friends robbed at gunpoint from Rolexes. I know I've never been robbed at gunpoint. I've been robbed before, but yeah, not exactly. I don't always feel great walking around with something that you feel like somebody else might want off you. It's just easier to, unfortunately, we don't live in Monaco where you can just wear stuff and people don't want to steal it from you. So it's just risk adverse.
Yes. Cabbage. That is cabbages, whatever. My cabbages. There we go. Couldn't read the damn thing. I do need to make sure I am listening to our old friend from last week on his the 45-minute candle rules. So yes, I will have to double check before I enter a trade.
I do see that single stock futures are now listed here on the drop-down menu in here. I haven't really been paying attention to them. I still think they're catching up, but I also got a notification from another broker I use that when I logged in, they're like, it was like, I think brokers are really bringing them on this week. I'm not going to name the broker, but when I logged in, they're like, single stock futures approve.
Yeah, I'm hopeful it's going to catch fire and we're going to be able to have good liquidity to start really trading them. But until then, I will wait.
The symbols, yeah, if you guys just use, I don't know if you guys use NinjaTrader. For those of you guys who do use NinjaTrader, and for those of you guys who don't use NinjaTrader, I encourage you to take a step into that platform. But it's just right down here in the single stock futures. So you can see right on my screen, this is the ones that they have by default. There is more than this. And then they have the single stock future micros. So I wonder if these are the ones that are just going to be the focus. Looks like, Microsoft, the big names, NVIDIA, SpaceX, Tesla, Meta, JP Morgan, Google, Bank of America, AVGO, Amazon. Big move in Amazon last week, right? Off earnings.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been fun to trade. Started seeing some earnings, single stock futures. Once that liquidity comes in, we're waiting. We're all waiting. Generational YM long. I agree. Called it out before it traded basically to the tick, no heat, bouncing off. That's what we call magic 8-ball. I like to get one of those. It's my biggest position too. Confidently long. Any of the viewers attend Lollapalooza over the weekend? Any Chicago people?
How does my leg delta reset? Roughly every 65-point rotation, which we have not really had a second rotation today. So that's why it's like 200 points. You can't, I mean, when you see this, like it hasn't been able to reset because no part of this little upward move has changed. So it hasn't reset. But yeah, usually it'd be just constantly resetting every 65-ish points.
I do think gold's low of the day is in here too. Kind of just came down and swept the prior day low and had got no continuation. I refer to this as an ATR failure, just because we expanded range into a new low and then failed to continue lower. I look at that, it says yellow bar, swept the prior day low, swept the overnight low, and then everything since that point in time has been just slowly creeping higher. So I'm looking for a move kind of just back into that range we broke down from. We'll see what that happens. But anytime I see a expansionary move into a new low or into a new high that fails to continue, a half an hour after, it's usually a good example of just kind of some exhaustion. It'd be hard to get through that. Wonky question, Jack, are you charting the minis and trading the micros or just charting micros? So I have another computer that I like chart minis on, but like I would say both. There's really not like a huge difference, but all my calculations are done off the products that I'm trading. The micros are liquid enough. Like occasionally there'll be, a couple tick difference, but for the general theory of my trades, it's going to be completely irrelevant if I'm charting micros or minis. So what you see is what I'm charting on, but I do have multiple monitors and I do look at minis on another screen, but my point is it's not making a difference in my trading decisions. Oh, Stowe, who did I see, man? Glad you're asking. So, gosh, I'm gonna have to go back and look at who I saw. So I saw the XX, which was really cool. Their show was great. I also saw Will Swinton, which I thought was really cool because it was an offshoot stage, band from New Zealand, if you've ever heard of them. I did see Hot Mulligan, which I feel like is a band you like. And then I saw Turnstile. They were pretty rowdy. And Vandalux. NQNDX. You can learn, you can learn from here. You can learn. I do have my own Discord. Give me a follow on Twitter. I do post my own YouTube videos occasionally with some of the tools I use. Definitely check out my Develop the Edge segment. That's like a piece of my strategy, and I think we're going to be coming out with some more stuff in the future. And then Mahar, do you manage your position at all before TP1? I will if I've been in a position for a really long time. Like if I've been in a position for, when I say a really long time, like when I'm pushing that 25-minute mark and we're not doing anything, I can sometimes move stop down if I really no longer like the idea or potentially take off the trade. But, we're going into 11:30 European session close. Like volatility is most likely going to contract here. So if there's any time of day I get stuck in trades without movement, it's usually right about now because volatility contracts. Yeah, current style was they were moshing, dude. They were moshing, people going crowd surfing. I was like, yeah, bro.
So curious if we're going to fail here or just continue to grind higher. Yes, looks good. Yes, is making new highs.
Is it? Yep. Let me pull up my little. Yeah, right now ES is reading highest on my score, or MES is actually reading higher than ES, just because sometimes that'll happen because they are different products technically with the volume. But as far as what's been trending the most here today, for the RTH session, I have it as the Russell. Interesting enough. I don't even know what is the Russell doing still. It's still kind of up on highs. I do got a limit in the Russell at 29.77.8, but we're just hanging out on that high. I'll probably move this gold stop up here. Yeah, I can talk about it. Let me let this thing resize itself because it's coming from a bigger monitor. Oh. So there's like a few different tabs in here that I've built. So this is just all of the, you can put any market in here. These are just the futures contracts that I have. And then you have what is the full session. So from 6 o'clock last night and what % of the day it's been trending. So, I'm always paying attention to like what market is trending the most and then kind of carry that in. This is one way to look at it. And then you have, this is the regular trading hour session. So this is from the open and, you got some currencies here. So there's this is one piece of it. And then another piece of it is anytime like, right now we're kind of in like, it's not that active for trading. I look to see, you'll see these times here. It's like 1.7 hours, 1.8, I think that says 1.4, etc. These are signals that I use, and they also appear on my screen that are like momentum signals. So if we're doing nothing and I'm not eager to get into a trade, sometimes I'll just wait for one of these, and you'll actually see these. If there is a signal, they appear at the top of the 5-minute bars, or as soon as a 5-minute bar opens, you'll see it signal on my screen. It'll either say ES bull bar, ES ATR bull bar, or ES ATR bear bar. It'll signal on my screen because I'm not always looking at this. So that's another thing that I have, and then these are the trend readers. The currencies are all trending basically down here today. 6S, 6B is the most bearish, and then so that's the other tab, and then the final tab that I have here is this, which tells me based on like a point value system. I'm still kind of working on this one right here, but based on a point system, like what market is trending the most. So to the downside, it's the 6A and actually gold, which I'm currently long. But and then to the upside, you'll see here the ES is got the highest point value, and that's just a couple of different things I measure. And ideally, if there's like a 4 or a 5, that's the market I want to gravitate towards. On a day like today, you're not going to see that just because there isn't that type of price action. But if you see if we get into some super aggressive trends, you're going to see these things print in 4 or 5s. And when we're printing 4 or 5s, that's going to be my go-to trading market. So that's how this tool works right now. So I know it's kind of long-winded, but
Shapcap, yeah, that 800s to 29K spot is literally the bottom of that like wide balance NQ's been in for months. So definitely another spot that we either accept back up in there or we're probably going to reject, which is possibly why we're also stalling here. ES kind of at a similar spot, which was July's value area high is basically this 600 spot. So we'll see. Could be why we're taking a quick breath here before making a next move. Where's Salma? She was on with Tanja earlier this morning to trade the open. She'll be back later this week, I promise. Once again, they leave Jack and I hanging, coming in after the girls to try to manage the rest of the stream. And we're getting that little bit of a fade, so naturally, whoever was saying I shouldn't fade the uptrend. There you go. I think that was the same guy that was talking about 45-minute candles last week.
It is that JP Sharp that you can, but it's for purchase. I don't give that out for free. It's 30,000 lines of code, and it's based on many things. But ATR is one of those many things. Yeah. But if you go to my Twitter, you'll find it.
Jerry, leg to legs coming. It's in the final bits of testing. We're going to be releasing a private final beta of it. And then it will be available, but we're going to do a little thing for our Discord, and then it'll be released to the general public. But that's who gets to play with the final beta, get the last little bugs out of it. Do I see 29,000 this week? Yeah, absolutely. Well, I guess it depends on, are we going to once again have airstrikes back on the table? If we don't,
they are. They are.
I mean, I'm sure they are because it's normal business hours for the Strait. So naturally, we're going to close it again, and then we'll open it again this weekend, as is tradition.
I'm gonna fade that move. I'm gonna go short oil over the weekend. Just close my eyes. Hope it doesn't happen. Oh man, there's a ton of stuff on YouTube about NinjaTrader. It's all about like, what do you want to learn? Feel free to like ask questions like, I mean, I'll answer the best I can. Like, what do you want to learn about the NinjaTrader platform? I mean, I know Jim does some stuff. Feel free to ask Jim too. Jim's a G when it comes to that. But realistically, YouTube is a tool that NinjaTrader makes videos. Plenty of other influencers, whoever makes videos on NinjaTrader. But like, what are the things you're trying to do? I guess I could do like a NinjaTrader walkthrough, like how I set up my charts on YouTube. I did see Chipotle is expanding into Mexico with their first location in Monterrey City. I don't know about Papa John's in Iran, but Chipotle in Mexico. And then Panda Express is going to China. I'm just kidding. But that'd be pretty epic.
My God, you got me with the Papa John's in Iran. That one got me. Oh man.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't feel like there'd be a way for them to get the money back considering they're cut off from our banking system. So
Nick, is it looking better and better to short? It depends on ES is still kind of just sitting up there. It basically bounced off it's like holding that little 9 EMA. It's holding the volume structure currently. Yeah, or NQ looks a little weaker, but it just needs we just had the euro close. If we fail this little retest at last week's high here in NQ, then yeah, the short would still be back on the table. I mean, I still don't hate it. It's just the volatility and the velocity of this tape has died. Like the second Jack and I got on, it was already slowing down. If you look at this on a 5-minute chart, it got less and less exciting after the first 30 minutes of the trade.
yeah, I'm kind of thinking that this might be a lunch hour to go to the gym.
Yep. It's a Monday. This feels like a Monday trade. But yeah, where NQ is kind of rejecting and stopping, as we said, kind of a larger point of contention on the longer time frame, this 800s to 29K spot. So, I mean, yeah, absolutely could find some sellers here. But as of now, there's no enthusiasm on this Monday midday trade. So
what's up, Dad? You gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Better count your blessings. There you go, Anthony. That's the correct line. And do I manage positions at all? Yeah, I mean, the question's just kind of like funny to me. Like what is there to manage about a position besides like moving a stop or moving a target? Like if that's like, do I move my stops and do I move my targets? Yes, but like when I enter a trade, all of my orders are just actually calculated at the entry. Like my stop is calculated, my targets are all calculated. I don't know how long, like if you're in a low velocity market, like we're just not going to be moving that much. And, after some time I do start just, moving some things around, but my risk is still the same, like no matter what. So if I'm risking $500, I'm risking $500. It doesn't matter if it's 6 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock at night. And, I try not to really overthink things. I just kind of let my system play out. Like we're going into lunch. If I want to be flat during lunch, or like, do I think we've put in like swing lows that I could move against? Maybe, but over time, I just kind of let my system play out. I answered that earlier, Mahar, but I rarely move stops before my first target. My first target is 1.5 times the 5-minute average true range. So if we don't hit, and same as my stop. So if we don't hit that, realistically, we're probably just moving slow, because it's literally just a mathematical calculation on the average true range. So when I don't hit either of those, that just tells me that velocity is contracted, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm wrong. If a position instantly moves against me, doesn't bounce off my limit, and we're dilly-dallying around 25 minutes later, like, yeah, maybe I'll be prone to take that position off. But the other thing you have to think about is, like, if I've taken the risk initially and there's no reason to get out of the trade, like, I'm not looking for reasons to take off the risk that you've already put the risk on the table. Like, why are you so eager to get out of the position? Like, the hard part is over. Like, if you've survived that,
Man, we are just sleepwalking at the highs.
yeah, winners do tend to move relatively fast. Like this Dow trade is a good example. Like I've basically low ticked the Dow here, but we also haven't hit my first target within 25 minutes. But like, it's not moving fast, but it's been a great entry. We haven't come back since I've traded it. So I'm not like, why would I manage that? Like, what? There's no reason to do anything. I've been in this trade. I could tell you exactly how long. I gotta pull it up here. I've been in this trade for 30 minutes in 6 seconds.
You can definitely overmanage trades.
Yeah. Like, I'm just like, there's some randomness to the market that like is never going to go away. And everything I'm doing is just based on math. And I don't really think about it too much past that. But yeah, you also got to realize, like, fast trades happen fast and winners happen fast in, like, but that's only really at certain times of the day. Like, very rarely, like going into like an 11:30 on the Monday, like if you got an entry, or you just gonna, have an expansionary move in the direction of your trend. So it's all relative to the time that you're trading. But yeah, the best trades move immediately fast your way, but those best trades also have to be around some event that's, causing that. What's up? Alex. All right, wow, we got a decent amount of likes here. Can we pump this to 800?
I think the girls did a lot of
I'm not going to take credit
us.
for that, but I do think we can get it to 800 here if anybody's watching. I've been pretty active trading with this lame old market. If you guys, low tick that YM with me, I think NinjaTrader single-handedly hand that up. I've been in this gold trade for a while too. I've been right. I have no reason to get out. I've been right. It is slower than I normally like to see my trades, but hey, so am I right now. I unfortunately had Tito's tickets last night, which means free alcohol. Oh shit. I just realized my limit should have moved and it didn't.
Someone asked me, are my on 1,000 volume charts? So no, my NQ chart is going to be 500 volume. My ES chart would be 1,500.
And Muhammad, if you are on Instagram, my Twitter or my Instagram is Trader, Trader.
And if you guys didn't know, we're doing a giveaway. You can enter for your chance to win. It just got posted by our lovely friends in the chat. So you enter with that link. And I don't know what we're giving away, but we're giving stuff away. Yes, they do want your social security numbers, not your social media accounts. I feel like I'm at a weird point in my life where this is the first time ever I actually am so like overwhelmed with random side things that I'm doing, side quests and projects and other commitments and things that I'm like, I feel like I need an assistant for 48 hours just to get my life organized. Jack, you've been an independent worker longer than I have. How do you manage all these things?
I don't know if I've got a good answer for you. Really, I think it's just like deep work on the weekends for me. Like I try to even if I get 4 hours in on a weekend, just because it's hard for me to do deep work when I'm trading.
Yep.
And that does make things kind of slow. And you really just got to like mentally map out. It's so easy to get distracted with like things that are not going to make an impact on whatever you're going to do. And you really got to focus on like what is going to have the biggest return. Like, what's your goal? Are you trying to make more money, or are you trying to make things faster, or, and then just like hammer in on the one thing until it's done and then move on. I think multitasking on deep tasks is a difficult thing to do because deep tasks require serious concentration.
Yeah, I scoped out a really dumb, but my own project management system in-house because I'm doing too many things, and that's the only way I need to physically see it. And the whiteboard thing that I was doing is just, we've outgrown it currently. As I'm trying to, I've up-leveled in my old world, if that makes any sense, as an independent worker, but that has led to now I'm actually taking a client or two, and that's created a lot more distraction. So fun stuff. I also got in a rabbit hole with an options level correlation thing with volume-based MGI, and I went down this massive rabbit hole. It's going to be good, but it basically, I wasted an entire day trying to back test and look at certain things, and in the hopes that it could turn into like an add-on or an indicator for everybody for NT. And it probably will, but it's gonna take more time. As I've been listening to Jack saying how many lines of code just get added to his as he has a new thought.
Yeah, it takes a lot longer than you think, and then you got to get it, and then you got to get it hosted on. Then you got to get a host. That's a whole nother process. I don't know if you've gone through that, but the list on the NinjaTrader ecosystem, it's got to go through a background check.
Fun stuff.
Probably pass with flying colors, I imagine. But yeah, no, it's just that's also a process too.
I'm a big scammer and schemer, so I don't think I'll pass.
Yeah, Nick denied. Lucas, 3-day trip to Chicago with 2 small kids. What are the best places? So Botanical Gardens is a little outside the city. If we're thinking about the same one, there is like a couple of like Garfield Park that's like in this city. It's a little bit of a drive. I don't know if you're going to be renting a car or not. It's a bit on the west side, not exactly in the best part of Chicago, but I mean, it's fine. You just park and go in. I think, the Shed Aquarium, that's probably a winner. Here we go with gold here. I took 2 losses trying to short CL, and then I finally got smart and went long it. So I just believe I also hit a target in that too. 2 losses to one side, and then I finally flipped because I'm like, okay, well, this isn't working. The Lincoln Park Zoo is free. You can walk right in. Definitely going to want to stroll over there. I think that's pretty cool. And then one of the highest recommended tourist things to do in Chicago is always the riverboat tour. If you're comfortable having your kids on a boat, they'll probably, I'd imagine it's pretty fascinating. Just stare at all of the buildings from the river. And of course, they give you a little bit of a historical talking points as they drive through the river. But I think that's pretty
I've
cool.
done that last one. I was there for a wedding, and it was probably my 10th time in Chicago, and I had never actually done that. So one of the wives in the group was like, we should do that, as we were like had nothing else to do on the Saturday morning before the wedding that night. And it was actually a lot of fun, like really cool stuff that I didn't know about Chicago going back since its inception. And they talk about the fire and all these old buildings and how long they've been there. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, there's really just not like a cooler river in America, in my opinion. Like just the size and the scope and the history that you can just like take a little boat like right through it. It's definitely really cool. And definitely recommend that. Yeah, outdoor stuff. Honestly, outside of the fact that there's a mini golf, it's kind of hidden, but it's in Millennium Park. I think that's just like the standard tourist attraction. You got like the Bean. There's a mini golf thing in there too, and it's like kind of hidden. I couldn't tell you where it is, but I'm sure you could Google it. But it's in that Millennium Park, Grant Park area. If your kids if they're old enough to play mini golf, they have it's like all like you like shoot a ball into the Sears Tower. Everything's designed around the Sears Tower. And then, of course, Navy Pier. There's like a kids museum in Navy Pier. Like a kids play place kind of thing. So you could, if you do the river tour, I believe a lot of those boats launch from Navy Pier. So, maybe combine that together. I didn't see him do it, but I did see it on social media. I actually got invited, what was it? Saturday, I was on the largest private boat in the city at of one of my friends, which was pretty cool. Saw the fireworks with my daughter on that thing.
Wait, Warsh is reducing FOMC meetings?
Tracy, help.
Tracy? That can't be good from a transparency thing. It's not like they were actually transparent with anything, but it's not for sure. Okay. floating the idea just to see if it would spook the rates market. Because that would be pretty on brand. Just like we're going to just feed this to the media and just to see if there's any reaction from the old bond traders. He just wants to limit how many, meet less. Oh, okay.
He doesn't like meetings.
I mean, could have been probably some of those FOMC meetings could definitely have been an email in today's world.
Yeah.
Quick Zoom chat. It's mandated that therefore he wants more than 4, less than 8. Let's call it 6.
Yeah, let's be in the middle there.
Sounds like this seems like this literally seems like it could have been an email rather than a statement.
Maybe it was an email. Did he make a statement? Do you think the president has an email? Like, I mean, do they email him things, or does he just get everything read to him?
He seems like he'd be a big. He seems like he'd be a big contributor to the Signal cabinet group chat. I'm just going to throw that out there. Seems like he would be a big ringleader of sending memes and just making comments.
The Signal group chat. That's hilarious.
That's probably what they use, right? Or some
Dude, I've heard that doesn't. I've heard that's not even encrypted.
iMessage?
No, they got some in-house government stuff. I mean, I'm sure they probably use Signal. Like, I don't think it's authorized, but I'm sure. I mean, that doesn't keep.
But I guess what I'm saying is something in that realm, like some encrypted thing that was built for, them.
Hey guys.
Hey Jim.
Ooh.
Happy Monday, sir.
Jim.
Happy Monday. How was your weekend, Nick?
It was good. Laid low, hung out with the family. It was maybe 10 degrees cooler in the morning, so I actually got to take a walk with the baby yesterday morning. It was nice.
No, nice.
It was like a brisk 80 plus degrees at 6:30, so dropped a little bit.
So would you consider yourself in the Central Plains area of the country?
No, I don't know what. This is such a weird part of the country. Like it's hard to kind of put North Texas into anything.
Yeah,
because it's kind of its own animal.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I was reading crop reports. We'll have a progress report today, this afternoon. I was just reading some weather reports, so I got a little geeked out on that. And I'm thinking, I wonder where Nick is in this.
It's hot. That's all I know. And definitely a summer here in Dallas where we're probably going to break the record of the most days above 100 degrees.
Wow.
At least
crazy.
in the last like 30 years. It's never been this hot as long as I've lived here.
That's crazy. So going back to our tour director, Jack, have you been to like North Avenue Beach or Oak Street Beach lately? I haven't been there in years, but
I was there early. Yeah, I'll go there. Like I'll do a walk, but honestly, I'm not to sound a little spoiled, but typically if I'm on the water, I'm on a boat. But I do play in the beach volleyball league over in North Ave, which is pretty fun.
Anybody who wants to see buff Jack with the shirt off, go down to the volleyball match. That's awesome. Yeah. All right, so let's go over the positions. Nick, looks like you're flat.
Yeah, I'm flat. I'm going to still watch to see if we lose this node. Okay. Kind of up here around 800s. If not, we're probably clear to just grind up to 29K unless something happens. The tape has gotten slow. Not a whole lot I want to do, at least. I mean, I'm not planning on shorting this as NQ just made a new high, at least until we get back up towards like 900, 930s, maybe. Otherwise, it's a Monday. The read has been to look for longs after the gap has been filled. I just didn't catch an early one to get on this trend.
Got it. And then Jack, what's your strategy here, man? You got labels all over your chart.
Yeah, I got a lot going on here. I'm gonna be moving some stops up as we, I mean, we're in lunch. It's pretty low volatility. I've already moved my stop up on my initial position here in the gold market. I haven't moved it in YM. I guess I can move it up. We're just like, even though my entry's been great in the YM, like I basically low tick that low here, but it's just not that fast. So I'm going to put it at the low of the day, just kind of tighten that up here. And realistically, other than that, I don't know. I got a limit in the Russell that we came a couple ticks away from and then moved without me. But I'm going to set a timer for every 25 minutes. I'm not going to be at my desk. I'm not going to waste time in the middle. I don't think there's a whole lot to do here. So I'm just going to let my positions play out and check on them every half an hour realistically and see if I need to adjust anything.
Awesome, man. Love the fact you're trading the Dow. I love that.
Thank you.
I did add some of your tools to my desktop. I'm going to get with you a little later to kind of make sure I understand everything that's going on, but super cool. Thank you for giving me that.
Of course.
All right. Let's give these two a round of applause for a job well done, as usual, folks. All right. Well, thank you, guys. I will talk to you later this week. Appreciate you as usual. We're going to do a quick edge report and end the morning stream.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
And I do have an announcement, though. Before we go to the charts, tomorrow at 4 p.m., we are having a special Discord event with, this will be my first one, full disclosure, everybody, with Andre from Edgeful. I'm really looking forward to it. I use Edgeful's tools all the time. 4 o'clock to 5, bring your questions tomorrow after the bell rings. Looking forward to it. All right, let's take a look at the E-mini S&P. This is an amazing 3 days. We had let's go back to the 30th. And we had a pretty big equal and opposite candle, almost a bullish engulfing. It's pretty close, but I'm going to call it an equal and opposite. In other words, it's the opposite direction as the previous candle and about the same size. And the magnitude of this candle was really large. And so it kind of changed everything, right? We had this trend channel here. We closed above it for the first time in several days. And then last session, boom, continuation buying. Today, boom, continuation buying. And look where we're at. I mean, we have the calendar year high. It's 76.48 3/4. We're less than 5% away. I'm sorry, 0.5% away from that calendar year high. We have the prior month high to get through. That's kind of right in front of us. That's at 76.32. But this is a strong bear market. RSI is behaving appropriately. There's no divergence here. We're just kind of moving up along in stride. Not a ton of velocity, but enough to notice. So we're at about 57 right now. We're far away from 70. So that's the story. Oh, the one more story on the daily candle. We're at the first standard deviation band of the VWAP. I anchored that VWAP from the lows that we saw on March 31st, and that's that white line down here. It kind of defined the bottom of the conversation, almost the tweezer bottom here on those equal and opposites. Previous week's lows didn't get there. Now we're at that first standard deviation band to the upside, or +1 as Stowe would call it. Intraday, we had a really funky volume profile. It's really messy. It's a double distribution with this little, I don't know, that weird thing in the middle here. You can call it a triple distribution if you want. But right now, all the volume is developing up north here, and that's north of that call resistance level, that 3,600 call resistance level, which corresponds coincidentally with the top of the U.S. initial balance high. Then we have a point of control here right by R2. So two areas of interest right next to each other. It's 76.04 for those retracement seekers or folks that are trying to sell the top. That's a target, potential target. Above here, there's nothing but empty sky. I mean, you got to go back to the daily to kind of find these targets. R3 is all the way up at 77.17. I don't think that we're going to get there today, but you never know. On the downside, keep an eye on the VWAP. It's sloping up nicely here. It's not going sideways yet. Usually around lunchtime, it kind of slows its roll a little bit. So I expect it to the slope to kind of settle down a little bit. We're past that one-day max. JAX1 is really kind of defining, if you think about it, the bottom of the conversation. Even though we had a couple closes below it, it's 75.50. But that's a key number right now, and we're well north of that as we speak. Then JAX2, and then is down here a little bit lower than that. Let's really quickly, though, I do want to show you gold, because gold is a hard market to trade when it is trending, especially if you're on the wrong side of the trend. Micros are your friends, folks. But look at this consolidation that we've seen. This is all of July, right? Previous month's low, 39.63 is kind of in effect right now. And then that July 6th swing high at 42.15 is also defining the top of the conversation. Even a tighter balance last week, right? Those blue lines are last week's high and low, really tight. The moving averages are going going sideways. They're touching. They're going sideways. They're not going up. They're not going down. They're not going anywhere. And then that RSI is doing the same thing. So we're in a sideways market, which is actually good for day traders because, right, you could pick your price. You could use the volume profiles, and you could go either way depending on what's happening right now. We had a nice sell-off pre-market. IB kind of steadied itself out. Nice point of control right now. We've been trading through that. Several of the last 10-minute candles have traded through that 40.89 level. VWAP is I have my eyes on it. If we can get some movement to the upside right now, so we'll see. Alternatively, if we do break out of that. Seriously break out of that IB range to the upside, then I would be more excited about the VWAP. We'll see what happens there for the session. On the downside, well, we have S1 still below there at 40.59, and that 4,000 level. It's a psychological level to think about too. We're way far away from it. We're closer to 4,100. So that is a story on gold. And that is this morning's Edge Report. I appreciate everybody being here with us live at NinjaTrader Live. Thank you for the subscriptions, the thumbs up, the camaraderie. You guys make this community the best. Appreciate you as usual. Have a nice, relaxing lunch. We'll see you at 2 o'clock with Tracy's afternoon update.